Good morning. Welcome to the Swine Show. We're starting our day off with some mini 4-Hers. So this first group is kindergarten. So we have Brinley Martin. Her mentor is Haley Summerfield, and parents are Josh and Sarah Martin. Next, we have Ava Fusick. She is the daughter of Billy and Emily Fusick, and her mentor is William Fusick. Next, we have Owen McKinley. He is a son of Dalton and Sadie McKinley, and his mentor is Asher Peters. Next, we have Gabriela Salazar. She is a daughter of Greg and Morgan Salazar. Her mentor is Stella Rule. Nora Smith. She is the daughter of Austin and Paige Bennett and Andrew Smith, and her mentor is Avery Senesal. Next, we have Bennett Martin. He is the son of Josh and Sarah Martin, and his mentor is Haley Summerfield. Next, we have Kira Slavin. She is the daughter of Jared and Molly Slavin, and her mentor is Grayson Slavin. Let's give a round of applause for our kindergartners.
Well, good morning. Very, very excited to be here and very excited to work with the kids and get through the day. Awesome set here in the first group of miniature 4-Hers. I talked to each of them, talked about their project and what they're doing. Let's pump it up one time for these kids. Very excited to be out here. Give them a huge round of applause.
Okay, we're ready for our first class of first graders. We have Nora Ford. She is a daughter of David and Courtney Ford, and her mentor is Landry Spray. So we have Hayes Robinson. He is a son of Thomas and Aaron Robinson, and his mentor is Will Robinson. Lainey Hobbs. She is the daughter of David and Bailey Hobbs, and her mentor is Henley Ford. Next, we have Miles Musser. He is the son of Brock and Anna Musser, and his mentor is Rhett Musser. Next, we have Hadley Martin. She is a daughter of Evan and Kayla Martin, and her mentor is Briella Rainey. Next, we have Emily Seatsma. She is the daughter of David and Laura Seatsma, and her mentor is Kaylin Dimmick. And we have Grady Martin. He is the son of Kayla and Evan Martin, and his mentor is Callie Martin. Let's give a round of applause for our first graders.
Well, the second class, the first year 4-Hers out here, I think they do a tremendous job. A couple of these kids doing a really nice job keeping their pigs in the center and really showing well. Give them a huge round of applause. Encourage them to come back next year, please.
Yeah, it's flashing red.
Hey, nice job, guys. Nice job.
Mike, it's flashing red.
All right, we got our second class of first graders. We have Annie Holt. She is the daughter of Philip and Alyssa Holt. Her mentor is Josie Holt. We have Hudson Rice. He is the son of Monica and Catlin Rice. His mentor is Finley Rice. So we have Riker Summers. He is the son of Tyler and Carly Summers, and his mentor is Kaylin Dimmick. Next, we have Asher McInnes. He is the son of Neil and Dana McInnes, and his mentor is Tate McInnes.
Hey, have fun out there, okay? Is your brother? Cousin? Okay, looks like your brother.
Storms. Next, we have Reed Storms. He is the son of Trevor and Chloe Storms, and his mentor is Kane Storms.
How you doing good? Hey, you think I should get my hair bleached like that?
I think I missed one. I'm Addison Ezra. She is the daughter of David and Jill Ezra, and the mentor is Penn Storms. So we have Riker Price. He is the son of Marissa and Chase Price, and the mentor is Madeline Cheeseman. And we have Dawson McKinley. She is the daughter of Dylan and Dakota McKinley, and mentor is Isabel Tyson. Let's give them a round of applause.
Another really great set of kids here in our third class of mini 4-Hers. Awesome, awesome group of them. Give them a huge round of applause. Encourage them to come back next year. Great job.
Okay, we're ready for our second graders. These kiddos will be joining us next year in the swine show. Will be a legit 4-H member. So let's start out with Jack Ford. He's a son of David and Courtney Ford, and his mentor is Keegan Spray. So we have Kennedy Emerson. She is the daughter of Samantha Hedden, and her mentor is Haven Rice. So we have Kinsey Rose. She is a daughter of Tim and Kristen Rose, and her mentor is Griffin Rose. We have Cora Rice. She is a daughter of Jason and Emily Rice, and her mentor is Brenna Rice. So we have Zeke Johnson. He's the son of Cole and Joanna Johnson, and his mentor is Levi Knoll. Brighton Thornburg. She is a daughter of Dustin and Megan Thornburg, and her mentor is Bristol Snowart. We have Marion Gardner. She's a daughter of Mike and Morgan Gardner, and her mentor is Katie Holmes. We would like to welcome Will Taylor as our judge today and thank him for sorting through our little people.
Great set of kids here in the fourth class of minis. We got a boy named Cookie Dough driving a pig named Jack out here. He does a nice job, and I thought he did a really, really good job. A bunch of kids doing an excellent job. Really fun to work with. Give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
We would like to thank the sponsor of the mini 4-H banners. That would be Prairie Farms and Beck's. Thank you, sponsors.
Let's give one more nice round of applause for all of our mini 4-Hers, the future of the swine show. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Tippecanoe County 4-H Swine Show. Following the mini 4-H, we are now showing our first class of gilts. This is Class 1 Market Gilts.
Over here in the underweight, overweight division, our first class of the day. We got three out here, and I think each of the three represent differences. And so I think at the end of the day, you just kind of got to go back to some of the basics. And so the young lady on the far side with the lightweight Duroc Barra is going to be your class winner here. I think that one has square muscle shape, a good shape up high and good turn. I think all those things are pretty good. I think that's a good skeleton one that's got a bright future and some things that I think are really good. The Berkshire appearing one driven by this young lady. Let's give her a big round of applause, please. That one's going to be in second. I like that pig's build and bone work. I like that pig's look from the side. A little harder in terms of rib, a little drier in terms of body. And then this young man right here is going to be in third with his overweight, I'm guessing, Duroc Barra. And I think that one is big. He's big in his kind. He's soft and pliable in his center rib. To me, he's a little plainer in terms of his shape and just a little bit tighter in terms of his structure. Very good class of over and underweight. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Placings for Class 1, Market Gilts. First, Josephine Holt. Second, Kaylin Beeman. Third, Christopher Skinner. We are now beginning the purebred gilt drive. Coming in the ring will be Class 2, Berkshire Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 1st through December 20th. In the ring is Class 2 Berkshire Gilts, Gilts Pharaoh, December 1st through December 20th.
Hey, good way to start our guilt show here with a pair of December Berkshire Gilts. And I think they're different in what they bring to the table. I think they're different in terms of what they offer and have out here. To me, the young man in the blue shirt is your class winner because I think that gilt's with the chest and shape up high. I think that gilt's with the chest and shape up high is a little bit better. I think she's a little broader as you get in and go behind. I think she's just a notch fresher in her kind and just more unique in terms of her look. Now, I'll tell you, when she comes at you, her front feet need squared up. Her rear leg probably needs a bit more security. But I thought her extras in terms of look, balance, and presence allowed her to win this class. I'm going to be honest with you. I like the one in second. I think that this particular gilt is loose made. I think she's level. I think she's big topped. I think she's good in terms of her body and pliability. In the same breath, to me, she's a bit more generic from the side and just a bit more normal in terms of her look. And that's not a bad thing because I think there's a lot of basics and skeletal quality built into what she has to offer. I like the one in third pretty good in terms of muscle and power. I think that gilt is big topped. I think she's big ended. I think she's wide going away. My problem comes in terms of her front feet, and in terms of her condition, I think she'll wrinkle in her loin right there and just get a little bit out there behind. But I thought she had more muscle than the one that comes in 4. 1 and 4, long neck, neat looking, cool proportioned, and I like those things about her. To me, she's the most limited behind. Her rear ankle's the tightest. Her rear skeleton is the tightest, but certainly a well-fed, well-presented kind of gilt. Nice job to that young man. This young lady is going to be in 5th. And I think the basics are there. She's comfortable skeleton. She's got pretty good range of motion. For a Berkshire, she's pretty good up high. The problem becomes in her lower body, and at the lower part of her skeleton, she's not wide enough. Young lady did a great job. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Placings from Class 2 Berkshire Gilts. First, Evan Purcell. Second, Kalen Martin. Third, Owen Kaiser. Fourth, Brady DeFries. 5th, Paisley Fruits. We'll now be showing Class 3 Berkshire Gilts, Gilts Faro, January 1st through January 14th.
Hey, let's start by giving all these kids a big round of applause, please. Awesome set in our Berkshire class, and the young lady in the light blue is going to have your class winner. I think that gilt is one that's really good in terms of her look and her presence. I think that gilt skeleton is really good. I think that gilt is one that has just a nice build and a comfortable hind leg. I don't think she's the most overwhelming in terms of exotic pieces or look and presence. I wish she was better in front of her head and neck, but I thought that she used her hind leg the best in this particular class and stayed square off either end. There's probably more interesting pieces than the one in second right here. I think that particular young man's gilt is probably just a bit bigger at the surface. She's a bit better out of the back of her shoulder and a bit just rawer in terms of her shape. In my mind, that gilt's hind leg is not built with as much comfort and authority. She's a little tight out of her rear ankle, a little tight out of her rear leg, but certainly unique pieces and fun things to talk about and look at. The young lady's got a real dense haired, real dark colored gilt that comes next here, and she's long bodied. She's elevated in her kind. I thought relative to her contemporaries out here, she got a little plain in her upper rib, and she got a little flat in terms of her design, and then she's just a little out there in where her stifle and rear joints sit. Nice job to that young lady. That gilt's got some nice pieces in terms terms of function. The next three that come out, I thought were really challenging to sort through, and I wanted to make sure I got them right. This young lady that winds up in fourth, a real pliable centered, soft made one. I appreciate that. She didn't have enough look and bone to work forward in class, but she had a ton of body. The young man's, I thought, was just a bit better in terms of length and extension than the young ladies. Both had muscle. Both needed to be just a bit more appropriate in terms of their build. Great job to all those kids. Give them another big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 3, Berkshire Gilts. First, Allie Moore. Second, Corbin Bymaster. Third, Dylan Bryan. Fourth, Lillian Beeman. Fifth, Nolan Tyson. Sixth, Ella Lindenman. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Gilt. Out of Class 2, we have Evan Purcell and Kaylin Martin. And out of Class 3, we have Allie Moore and Corbin Bymaster. Our champion awards for Berkshire Gilt are sponsored by Owl Creek Farms. Reserve Champion Berkshire Gilt Award sponsored by Keystone Cooperative.
Well, as we're going to do all day, let's pump it up for these kids, the opportunity to drive for a champion at the county fair. Awesome set of four Berkshires, and I think that they come with differences and trade-offs all the way. I think that you've got the pair out of the first class that are big and woofy and stout. One of them's a little neater looking and sharper shaped. One of them's a little better skeleton. The pair out of the second class, I think that there's a really nice skeleton one that I didn't think had just enough look and presence, and then a really hard-muscled, neat kind of one that didn't move just perfect. And so you've got a lot of differences to balance through. I don't think that you can say as a judge, I'm going to make every pig look exactly the same. I think I'm a different philosophy. I want to use the one I'm the most comfortable with in every breed. That I understand probably won't fit the exact mold every single time. Good pair, good four, and great class winners. My two favorite are the pair out of the first class. They'll be champion and reserve. Nice job.
Champion Berkshire Gilt, exhibited by Evan Purcell. Reserve Champion Berkshire Gilt, exhibited by Kaylin Martin. We are now showing Class 4 Chester White Gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 3rd through January 10th. This is our only class of Chester White Gilts, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Chester White Gilt Drive. Champion Chester White Gilt Award is sponsored by Cody Reichert family. Reserve Champion Chester White Gilt Award is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Well, before I start, let's pump it up for our breed champions out here in our Chester division. Young man right here is going to have your class-winning champion, Chester. And I thought it was a real debate between first and second. And I thought that you had to sit back and you had to study and balance a lot of different things because they're so different in what they bring to the table. To me, it was the young man's gill who was harder shaped up high, bigger in terms of the spread to her skeleton. I thought she was just a bit more attractive in her look. Now, I want to lift her front feet up. I want to intensify her ankles and make her bigger and stronger at the ground. That's where the one in second is measurably better. I thought it was just a more of a challenge for me to get this gill to piece together. Her lower skeleton's really good. Her hind legs big, and I think that's worth a shot in my mind. But at the same time, I just couldn't tell myself she moved good enough up front, and I couldn't tell myself that she had enough proportionality and look. Young man has one I do like in terms of rear foot and rear size. This young lady winds up in third in a good class, and I think that gilt's hard shaped. I think that gilt's got some muscle in her. To me, she's too hard bodied and just a little bit more general, the lower half of her skeleton. But muscular, that's a good thing. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause as we work into the Durocs, please.
Results from Class 4 Chester White Gilts. First and champion, Cooper Bymaster. Second and reserve, Banks Thornburg. Third, Marcinda Kane. We're now showing Class 5 Duroc Gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 1st through December 21st.
Hey, really nice class, the Durocs. And I think the top four in this class have some challenge and some trade-off. I jammed 3 back and left 1 out, and then come back and resorted to keep things fresh and make sure everything was going good. But at the same time, I thought this young lady in the black had kind of a non-debatable class winner in my mind. I wanted to make sure, I wanted to check. That's a big-footed, big-armed gilt that's big in her blade. I think she's wide in terms of her mid body, and she's good about the substance to her rear leg. I love her from the side. You get back into her hip, and man, she's right there on the edge of where I want them in terms of stifle joint, rear leg security, and skeleton there. Neat pieces in that gill. I like her. I'll wind up with the young lady in yellow in second here, and I like things about this gilt really good. I realize in the December class, she's the smallest one, but I also understand that gilt's proportions are really good. Her ability to be tall-fronted and up-headed yet short-bodied is good, and I really appreciate that. I thought, man, I can make a case for her to win maybe, and I got in behind her, and I thought she pulled too much in her hock and got too narrow at the base of her skeleton. Big legs, neat look, nice skill to be there in second. The one in third drove up on me, to be honest with you. The longer I study, the longer I look at him, man, she's just good-legged, stout-skulled, stout-featured, comfortable. She's maybe a little plainer right there at the top of her crest, a little bit plainer right there from the side for what I want. Hey, young man did a heck of a job, and I think that gill has more in terms of muscle shape. She's better in terms of her neckline. She's a little bit cooler in front of her blade. As we got them back out here, I thought that gilt just come apart just a little bit as you work into her upper forerib, right down into her heart. But certainly a nice job to that young man driving himself a muscular gill. The young lady that comes out in fifth got herself a big one that I think is good in terms of foot feature. I think good in terms of elevation and frame size. To me, that one was the most upright built up front and just the tightest and most limited behind. The young man has one that I think is intriguing. I thought that this gilt was in the mix for a second because she's a beautiful cherry red. That gilt is good in terms of her proportions. I thought relative to her contemporaries, she didn't have enough mass and volume, but big-legged, decent bill. Think those are good things about her. Young lady comes next, got us a long-bodied one. She was too tight in her lower rib, but she's got muscle to her hip, and I appreciate that. And then the young man that closes, I thought was a little heavier skeleton, really hard shape, didn't have enough softness and functional body shape for me. Very nice class of them. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from Class 5 Duroc Gilts. First, Kinsley Beck. Second, Landry Spray. Third, Clayton Moore. Fourth, Calvin Bymaster. Fifth, Claire DeFries. Sixth, Colton Beeman. Seventh, Madeline Cheeseman. Eighth, Christopher Skinner. In the ring now is Class 6 Duroc Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 2nd through January 5th.
second class of Durocs is nice. And I think that each of them have something that I really like, and then maybe something I could pick on just a little bit. But I think they're enjoyable to study. I start the young lady right here in front of me. That's going to be your class winner. I think that gill is neat looking. I think that gilt is extended in front of her blade. I think that gilt's tall-shouldered and fresh back. I think that gilt comes at you so strong and so wide. Now, I'll be the first to admit, when you get in behind her, her hock is edgy, her stifle is edgy. In the same breath, though, I think that's probably correlated to her body shape. Looks like a talented feeder said, hey, I can't fill her more because her hock's going to push. I'm on board there. I thought she was close, and I called it good enough because her look and presence is really, really unique. The one that comes in second, softer bodied, way more pliable centered, way good in terms of rib and mass. I think are really, really good things about that particular gill. To me, she's a little low fronted as she comes right at you. Her knee will close just a notch, and I didn't read her just as unique in terms of her look. But big-bodied and really productive kind of gill. This young lady's done a great job, and I think that this gill is one that's taller fronted than your contemporary in second. I think she's long-necked, and I think she's pretty. To me, she's just one that's a little plainer in terms of her lower body, a little bit harder and drier as you work to the lower half of her rib, maybe just a notch tighter up front. But I thought there was more softness in terms of how she was built relative to the one that follows her. This young lady is an awesome showman and does a really good job driving that pig, big-armed and neat pieces. To me, she come out and was too erect in her shoulder, too upright up front. You can see how it starts to limit her just a little bit in her mobility, but a nice job to that young lady. Young man had one that I thought was neat. Honestly, this is an intriguing pig to me. Big feet, huge arm, huge legs, relative to contemporaries, a little behind in terms of spread, mass, volume, and dimension. Young lady comes out here, and I thought that one was just a bit bigger in her kind and a bit more extended. To me, she was too tight out of her hip. Huge-legged, heavy-featured, very traditional Duroc in those regards. To me, just a little bit plain and a little bit stale in her kind. And then the young ladies that closes, a heavy-muscled, lean-shaped one. I just didn't think she had enough function and practicality. Great class, good set of them. Give them a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Placings in Class 6, Duroc Gilts. First, Brooklyn Spray. Second, Callie Martin. Third, Maggie Ratz. Fourth, Ava Leader. Fifth, Trey Storms. Sixth, Adelaide Lindenman. Seventh, Tate McInnes. Eighth, Ella Lindenman. In the ring is Class 7, Duroc Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 7th through February 4th. If you are looking for some show programs, there are some circulating on the front rows of the bleachers, especially on the east side. Also in your show program, if you notice that some exhibitors have an asterisk by their name, those are exhibitors who are showing a bred and owned animal. Those are animals that they raised and will be eligible to participate in our bred and owned division.
Hey, I tell you what, the third class of Durocs, it comes out, and I think it presents some serious challenge in my mind, and it becomes a long debate. And I'll tell you a couple things. I am a top-down placer. Normally, in this class, I had to wade through and figure out where I wanted to be at, because I will tell you the margin of difference between 1 and 8 in this class is the smallest of the day. I mean that in a really good way, and I think it's something it's interesting to think about. I come and I land on the young lady in the striped shirts gilt right here in front of me, because I think in my opinion, that particular gilt's tallness of shoulder, height up front, proportionality, and just design is the best in this class. I wish she was bigger in her rear ankle, and I wish she'd rock back in her shoulder just a notch. But in the same breath, I think that gilt has a nice look and a nice presence, and she has so much freshness, especially relative to this one. I thought the pair in 2 and 3 were interesting, because this particular gilt has a big rear leg that is really loose, and I like what she is built like. I like how she's put together in terms of body and dimension. Man, I just couldn't get her to be clean enough up front. I couldn't get her to be clean enough in the front half of her skeleton and just attractive enough up there, but I did think she was big and bold. If you're a fan of wild, interesting pieces, go find this gentleman and ask him what his gilt is, because some of the things that she does don't quite make sense to me. She's long necked, yet she's stout skulled. She ties it high out of the top of her neck, and she's got a giant hind leg. I just can't get her pieces to blend together, and I just can't get her to say, hey, that one is attractive enough to work forward. Young man right there had a big armed one. I thought was big bladed. I didn't think she had enough in the lower part of her body. Didn't think she was good enough out of her rear leg. Young man's right here that comes next. I thought that gilt was really pliable, really soft. I thought she was the most challenged in terms of squareness, especially going away. I like this young lady's gilt elevation. I like that one's look and presence. Too dry bodied for me. And then when I got in behind, I thought she got just a little wide in where her step was, but big legs and a neat look. Young lady right here has ones that's sharper shaped than maybe the 2 or 3 that precede her. I appreciate that gilt's muscle and expression. She didn't have enough feature at the surface to work forward in this class. And then the young lady that closes, you just step back and study practical ones. She covers that. I don't think that's a bad thing. I just didn't think she had enough in terms of real spread to her lower skeleton. But very good class, grade 8 gilts there. Give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from Class 7 Duroc Gilts. First, Leah Emmenizer. Second, Bristol Arnold. Third, Carson Dice. Fourth, Finley Rice. Fifth, Rhett Musser. Sixth, Audrey Spray. Seventh, Milena Emmenizer. Eighth, Kaylin Dimmick. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Gilt. Coming out of Class 5, Kinsley Beck. From Class 6, Brooklyn Spray. And from Class 7, Leah Emmenizer. Our champion Duroc Gilt Award is given in memory of Steve Aid. And our reserve champion Duroc Gilt Award is sponsored by Eric Moore, Tucker Shirk Realty.
Well, let's pump it up for these kids vying for champion Duroc. Give them a huge round of applause, please. We get them out here, and my thought process is this. I think that you got 3 class winners. You got the big December gilt right there, huge skeleton, huge underneath, and really bold in terms of her blade, really big in terms of her hip, really big in terms of her feet and legs, and everything goes well. Is she the epitome of freshness? I don't think the answer to that's yes, and she's right there on the edge behind of where I want them from a stifle and rear joint standpoint, but big big legs and a really, really intriguing look. The one who won the early January class right here, her view coming at you is so good and so square and so strong, and she's got an elevated look, and I like her symmetry from the side. My problem comes in, like I said in class, boy, I wish she had a little more fill, but I understand why you can't when you get in behind that particular gill. One who won the late January, early February class, I like that gilt in terms of proportions. I like that gilt in terms of look. I think she needs bigger ankles and bigger feet for me personally, but I think that gilt has some freshness and some unique things. I think it's a real challenge out here, and I think that there's differences in different ways you can line them up, different things you can do, and different things you can justify. As I try to build a championship lineup for this evening, I think the one that suits me the best in terms of density, in terms of extra spread, extra mass, and still being conservative enough, young ladies, first class winner, be your champion, red.
Champion Duroc Gill, exhibited by Kinsley Beck. That brings out Landry Spray's second place.
We drop the reserve out here, and I don't think it gets any, or drop out for reserve contention, and I don't think it gets any easier. Quite frankly, I talked about my other two class winners. My second in that first class, I really think she's heavy skeleton. She was a little smaller than my class winner, and I don't know if she's just as good in how she uses her front foot and her front pastern as what I thought my class winner was. And so it becomes a real debate because you've got, like I said, different pieces, different parts, and you've got to balance those things extremely well. When I get in and watch them go away, I think there's one that still combines just a bit more in terms of foot size, just a bit more in terms of feature, and still stays square behind. That's the young lady second behind our eventual champion. She'll be reserved. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
Reserve champion Duroc Gill, exhibited by Landry Spray. In the ring is Class 8 Hampshire Gilts. These are gilts farrowed December 6th through February 7th. This is our only class of Hampshire gilts, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion drive. Champion Hampshire Gilt Award is sponsored by the Grogan and Martin families. Reserve Champion Hampshire Gilt Award sponsored by Lewis Motor Sales.
We just selected our champion and reserve champion hamster. Give these kids a huge round of applause, please. I'm going to be honest with you. In the hamster division, I try and be honest as a show judge. I try and be descriptive and walk you through where I'm at. There's lots of balance in this particular class because, to me, you've got 4 Decembers, Januaries, and then a February. I joked with the young lady about her birthday, but I know that the reserve is the February. And so I asked myself, where are they at in their maturity and where are they at in terms of their kind? And ultimately, what I said to myself is I like where the gilt that wins is at right now. I like her skeleton. I like her build. I like her height to shoulder. I like her use of her hind leg. Now, just like me, she's a little throaty right there in front of her blade. She comes apart just a little bit in her loin. And she's not perfect behind, but I thought she used her skeleton really, really good and did a nice job. Nice class winner and champion for that young lady. This young lady is going to wind up in reserve, and obviously that gilt has started to wear down just a little bit. I told myself, man, she's the cleanest throated and squarest hocked in class, and I had to ask myself, well, is it just because she hasn't had the chance to do that yet? I think that gilt is muscular and powerful, and ultimately I said she was a little edgy for being the lightest one in this particular class. Young lady, great future. Continue feeding that particular pig. Just slow her down just a little bit. Young lady right here has one that's way bigger, way taller, and way more extended. I thought she was a little more upright in her shoulder. And then she pushed the limits of where I wanted them in terms of squareness behind. This young man has a dark-colored, really high-presented one that he's done a great job with. To me, she didn't have enough surety and squareness to her rear skeleton. This young man's got himself a nice, high-performing, very traditional Hampshire-looking one. Didn't have enough width, but did a great job. Let's congratulate all those kids on a job well done.
Placings for Class 8 Hampshire Gilts. First and champion, Bristol Snowart. Second and reserve, Audrey Spray. Third, Charlotte Okus. Fourth, Jack Wolf. Fifth, Oscar McInnes. In the ring is Class 9 Hereford Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 22nd through January 10th.
Herefords without halters out here, and certainly a nice 5 of them that I think represent some quality. The biggest in terms of the squareness, the skeleton, squareness up high and shape with a true design is the young ladies right here. I could soften her right there in her loin and then blend her a little smoother down into her body, but I certainly thought when you got in behind them, that gilt had to win this particular class and do it pretty handedly. The young lady over there on the far side has us a big soft-bodied, sow-looking one. I appreciate that about her. To me, it's her bone and foot and feature that don't match what she packs up high just as well as what I'd like. I could have seen her a little looser up front. Young lady, you did a great job. Real soft-bodied one. I thought the next three had a lot of challenge in my mind. They had a lot of differences. This young man did a great job with his in terms of making her really soft rib, in terms of making her really square. I didn't think she had enough look up front to move forward in class. Bigger footed, bigger legged, described the young man in the blacks right there. I thought she was a little more challenged in terms of build. And then this young man's got himself a dark colored, really long, level made one. I didn't think she was square enough behind, but like her body. Great job to him. Give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 9, Hereford Gilts. First, Brooklyn Spray. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Colton Beeman. Fourth, Owen Brenner. Fifth, Weston Barton. In the ring is Class 10, Hereford Gilts. Gilts farrowed January 15th through February 1st.
Young man right here in front of me said he was okay with having a class winner here at the fair, and so we went ahead and let him win this particular class. I think that Guilty is good in terms of her feature, good in terms of her squareness, got a nice look from the side. To me, she was a non-negotiable winner in this particular class in a nice way to start the second class. I thought it was a real debate between second and third, if I'm being real honest with you, and I thought that they were different in what they brought to the table. To me, the softer bodied, more pliably centered one was the young ladies over here. I thought she was just a bit better right there in her lower rib, and that aided to her proportion a notch better. Now, the one in third is better about her rear skeleton. She's squarer at the base of her skeleton and just a bit wider at the ground. I thought she was just a notch off balance because of where her lower flank sat, but certainly a nice skill to be there in third. Young lady right here got herself one that's going to be in fourth, and I think that gill is still functionally structured, sound made. I just didn't think she had enough width and spread. Young lady, you did a nice job, though. Give everybody a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from Class 10, Hereford Gilts. First, William Robinson. Second, Dylan Bryan. Third, William Robinson. Fourth, Layla Poxon. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Hereford Gilt. Coming out of Class 9, we have Brooklyn Spray and Allie Moore. Coming out of Class 10, William Robinson and Dylan Bryan. Our champion Hereford Gilt award is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires. Our reserve Hereford Gilt Awards sponsored by Hedden Family Farms.
Hey, I tell you what, we got a good drive of Herefords out here. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause as they vie for champion and reserve Hereford. Excellent set of them, and I think that they're different in what they bring to the table. Quite frankly, it comes down to a pair of them that I think are close, but then at the same breath, I think one of them softer bodied, a little denser about her hair, a little denser about her bone. I'm going to keep the pair of class winners together. Young man's going to have your champion. Young lady's going to have your reserve. Give both of those kids a big round of applause, please.
Champion Hereford Gilt, exhibited by William Robinson. Reserve Champion Hereford Gilt, exhibited by Brooklyn Spray. We are now showing Class 11 Landrace Gilts. These are gilts that are farrowed January 3rd through January 10th. This is our only class of Landrace Gilts, so this will also be our champion and reserve champion Landrace Gilt Drive. Champion Landrace Gilt Awards are sponsored by Prestigious Incorporated, Noel Rainey. And Reserve Champion Landrace Gilt Awards are sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Really nice division. Once again, we're picking a breed champion. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause, please. Young lady has your champion Landrace and your class winner here. Good in terms of her look, good in terms of her bone, good in terms of her squareness. She's not perfect in terms of structure, but she had a lot of things that I thought were really good. Easy class winner, in my opinion. Young lady right here in front of me winds up in second in this particular class in reserve champion in the Landrace division. I thought that gilt had bone. I thought she had foot and feature. I thought she was a bit maybe low rider-ish in terms of how she's set up front. I thought she could be taller right there at the point of her shoulder. The one in third is the young lady right here, third overall in the Landrace division at the county fair here. Good in terms of shape, good in terms of turn. I thought at the same breath, she was just a little limited from a skeleton standpoint, a little out there behind. Young man, I like what your gilt represents, and I told you you're fourth overall in the Landrace division at the county fair because I think that gilt has big square feet. I think that gilt has some shape. To me, it's her stifle joint that you're going to have to watch. Continue growing her, continue working hard. Great job to him. Young man over here has got one that I think is very fundamental, very nice in terms of kind and softness, too short in her upper hip and a little tight behind. But certainly a very nice class, good breed there. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause, please.
Results from Class 11 Landrace Gilts. First and champion goes to Leah Emmenizer. Second and reserve, Madeline Knoll. Third, Briella Rainey. Fourth, Owen Brenner. Fifth, Grayson Slavin. We are now showing Class 12 Poland Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 5th through January 16th. This is our only class of pole and gilts. This will also be our champion and reserve champion pole and gilt drive. Our champion pole and gilt awards are sponsored by the Results Lounge, Kristen Rose, and our reserve champion pole and gilt award sponsored by Keystone Cooperative. Like to take a moment to recognize our sponsor of our streams throughout the fair. Any of the livestock shows in the Coliseum have been streamed by Ringside Live, and that's made possible by Tipmont. So let's give a nice round of applause to Tipmont for making it available for people to watch the shows at home.
Once again, we're selecting our champion and reserve in the Poland division. Give these kids a huge round of applause, please. Non-negotiable class winner in terms of muscle shape, substance, and spread. Not perfect skeleton by any means, but got a nice look from the side. That's the young man right here. He'll have your champion in the in the Poland division. The young lady that is going to be in reserve right here, I think that gilt, stout skulled and heavy muscled. I didn't think she was in the same league in terms of skeleton and just build behind, but I thought she was powerful. I appreciated that. Nice job to that young lady. The young man comes out in third here, and I think that this one, third overall Poland at the county fair, big-footed, big skeleton, and really heavy-muscled, little upright in terms of rear ankle and hock there. And then the young lady that was in fourth overall Poland, I thought good in terms of extension and frame size, too narrow underneath. Very nice class. Give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 12 Poland gilts. First and champion, Brecken Good. Second and reserve, Lillian Beeman. Third, Dwight Peters. Fourth, Hadley Ward. In the ring is Class 13 spot gilts. These are gilts that are farrowed December 5th through January 1st.
two classes of spots and a very logical class that I think falls together pretty comfortably. In my mind, the young man's white-eared gilt is going to be your class winner. I think that particular gilt is really good proportioned. I think that gilt's really good made. I think that gilt's really fresh and just got a lot of things. Be interesting to see her in a second. Nice job to that young man on his class-winning spot gilt. Right here's the one that's going to be in second, and I like that gilt's muscle shape. I like her turn up high, maybe a bit better, and she's maybe just a bit stronger at the base of her skeleton in terms of foot size and spread there. I thought at the same time her build wasn't as appropriate as what I thought our class winners was. Nice job to that young man. Young lady over here has us a big-bodied, just big-middled one that I think is good in terms of pliability. To me, she's too tight behind and too odd in terms of how she's built out of her rear leg. Young lady right here has one that's sharper shaped. Lean her up high. She's too short in her upper hip and just a little tight in terms of her skeleton. Did a great job. Give all these kids a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 13 spot gilts. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Blake Miller. Third, Analia Barton. Fourth, Paisley Fruits. In the ring is Class 14 spot gilts. Gilts farrowed January 6th through February 2nd.
Second class of spot gilts, and the loud marked one is going to be your class winner. I think that gilt's broad in her chest. I think that gilt's neat in her look. I think that gilt's good in terms of her foot and foundation, and just does a lot of things really well, in my opinion. Now, she's a little out there behind. I'm a little concerned about where that sits in the grand scheme of things, but young man, nice spot gilt to be your class winner here. This young lady's spot gilt is one that I appreciate for being heavy skeleton. I like that gilt's density. I love that gilt's presentation. I think that gilt is good in those regards. To me, she's a little dry in her lower rib and a little bit just tight at how she moves up front, but I certainly think that that gilt has neat pieces to build around in terms of arm and feature and foot size. The young lady comes out next, and she's got one that I think's longer necked and just a bit more extended. I liked her presence from the side. I thought she needed more in terms of bone and foot and feature. Young man right here is a Purdue fan, and I reminded him that my Cyclones maybe played Purdue this year, and we had a nice conversation about that. His gilt's muscular and lean shaped. I will tell you, next time I ask about that, just ask when my Cyclones exited versus your Boilermakers in the NCAA tournament. Certainly a very nice gilt in terms of muscle. Thought she was a bit tight in her structure, and then the one that closes had really good feature, really good bone and foot size. She was just a little short in her upper hip. And then this one right here, I think is tall fronted. I think is long bodied. I just thought she was a little narrow underneath. Very nice class. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Placings for Class 14 spot gilts. First, Bristol Arnold. Second, Callie Martin. Third, Avery Bachman. Fourth, Rhett Summers. Fifth, Oscar McInnes. Sixth, Layla Poxon. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion spot gilt. In the ring are our class winners. Out of Class 13, Keegan Spray. Out of Class 14, Bristol Arnold. Our champion spot gilt award is sponsored by the Chuck Dill family. Reserve champion spot gilt awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Out here for selection of champion and reserve in the spot division. Let's give all these kids a huge round of applause, please. I think it's an absolutely awesome set of them, and the four that are out here are pretty good. And then it comes down to me between the two class winners and where you're going to sit on them. I think the predominantly white one is wider chested. I think she's really good when she comes at you. She's really good in this from the side in terms of foot and feature and strength of skeleton. I like her density really well. Your question mark and the decision point to me is when do you get in behind her? Where do you sit on where she's at behind? Where do you sit on how edgy she is in her stifle and rear skeleton? The one that won the first class there, I like that gilt's freshness. Her freshness atop, the texture to her body, the shape to her rib is really good. The shape to her upper hip is honestly really good. My problem becomes, does she have enough foot and bone and feature? And then relative to that, is the mobility of her rear leg as good? I know the security and squareness is better, but I had to ask, was the mobility just as good? I think it's a good pair of them. Young man's predominantly white one, be your champion. Young man's right here, be your reserve. Give both those kids a huge round of applause as they exit, please.
Champion spot gilt exhibited by Bristol Arnold. Reserve champion spot gilt exhibited by Keegan Spray. In the ring is class 15 Tamworth Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh December 16th through December 31st.
I think it's a good class, the Tamworth Gilts, and the young lady on the far side has your class winner. Big bodied, sound structured, square underneath, got some bone. Nice Tamworth Gilt to go ahead and win. I thought it was a debate between 2 and 3, to be honest with you. I thought this one had a bit more shape up high, a bit more turn. Still thought she used her skeleton well enough. Now, relative to my class winner, she needed to be square right there in her rear leg, but I certainly thought that Gilt had just a bit more in terms of muscle of what remained. There's more size and scale in this young lady's gilt, and I think that gilt's spread to her hip is really good. I just didn't think she was as attractive from the side. Didn't think she was as good looking. A young man right here comes next and got one that's really nice in terms of back shape, really nice in terms of length of body, a little low-headed and just a little more fragile. This young lady's is really good from the side. I didn't think she was wide enough as she come at me, but very attractive looking. And then the young lady that closes right there got us one that's the hardest shaped of these three, but I thought in the same breath she was the most narrow and closed up at the base of her skeleton. Very nice class. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from class 15 Tamworth Gilts. First, Avery Moore. Second, Rhett Summers. Third, Lillian Beeman. Fourth, Kale Slavin. Fifth, Marcinda Kane. Sixth, Elizabeth Knoll. In the ring is class 16 Tamworth Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 1st through January 16th.
Hey, good set of Tamors in our second class of Tams. And the young man with the darker red one right here is going to have your class winner. I think that one's comfortable skeleton. I think that one's square made. I think that one has range of motion and reach. And I think that gill still has some muscle shape up high. My problem probably becomes that I don't know that I just love where her foot size is. And the one in second is bigger footed. Now, the one in second's also softer middled. I just thought she was a notch plainer in terms of her kind, a notch more generic in terms of her shape. But that's a big body, dimensional one, and I appreciate what she does in that regard. This young lady's freckled up one's going to be in third out here, and I think that one is very, very good in terms of shape up high, very good in terms of spread. I like the expression of her hip. The problem becomes the dryness of her body and just where she sits at the lower part of her rib there. The young man that's going to close, very good in terms of blade spread, very lean up high. To me, that particular gilt's just a little hard and tight structured, but certainly a good set of them. Nice class of four. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 16 Tamworth Gilts. First, Banks Thornburg. Second, William Fusick. Third, Sarah Hoey. Fourth, Brantley Payne. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Tamworth Gilt. Out of Class 15, we have Avery Moore and Rhett Summers. From Class 16, Banks Thornburg and William Fusick. Our Champion Tamworth Gilt Awards are sponsored by Hedden Family Farms. Reserve Champion Tamworth Gilt Award sponsored by First Farmers Bank and Trust.
Hey, good set of Tamworth. And give these kids a huge round of applause as they drive out here for champion and reserve Tamworth division. Excellent set of them, and I think that there's differences in some trade-offs among them. I think that there's a class winner that I thought was just so big-bodied and sound-structured and good in terms of her kind. I think she's a non-negotiable winner. My reserve, I thought, had more muscle shape of what remained than anybody else and still in check enough from a skeleton standpoint. Young ladies, class winner on the far side, be your champion. Young man's right here, be your reserve. Give those kids a big round of applause, please.
Champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Avery Moore. Reserve Champion Tamworth Gilt, exhibited by Banks Thornburg. In the ring is Class 17 Yorkshire Gilts. Gilts farrowed December 7th through December 20th.
Good set of Yorkshires, and I enjoy Yorkshires. I think that they're beautiful, and I think that they're just awesome and really enjoyable to study. I think there's a nice Yorkshire Gilt to win this class. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect because, but I think she is. Square as she comes at you, she's big-bodied. She uses her hind leg really, really well, and it's still square when you get in behind her. I like that Yorkshire Gilt. Now, she's not the cleanest one I've ever seen in front of her throw. I could bring her back compositionally, just a nickel. But boy, good-legged, comfortable skeleton, hard to do in the Yorkshire breed right now. Young man right here is going to be in second, and this gilt to me had more pieces. I love the density of her rear leg. I love the just power she has right there in her rear skeleton. Her arm's big. Problem is her front feet are a little flat, her toes are a little long, and then that causes her to probably come off balance when you get off to the side. Young man, I like the density of the rear skeleton there. This young lady over here, I appreciate that gilt more from the side. When you settle in and study or come and go, I actually think that gilt is taller fronted. I think that gilt's more elevated and extended. I like her length of body just a nickel better. In the same breath, I didn't think she had enough security to her rear foot, to her rear leg. I didn't think she was loose enough behind for me to rock with her, but I certainly think that gilt is very, very good in terms of proportions. Young lady in the red does a great job, and I think that she's done a great job showing all day. That gilt's good in terms of muscle shape. She's good in terms of extension. She's just a little bit cresty at the top of her neck, a little more fragile in terms of her feature. Like I said, great job, great length and extension to that gilt. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from Class 17 Yorkshire Gilts. First, Brody Martin. Second, Brecken Good. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Brooklyn Spray. In the ring is Class 18 Yorkshire Gilts. Gilts Pharaoh January 1st through January 10th. I've been asked to announce that we will take a 30-minute lunch break following the gilts. Between gilts and barrows, we will take a 30-minute lunch break after the bred and owned gilts are selected. 30-minute lunch break after the gilt show.
Good set of them out here, and very good in terms of just some nice pieces. I think they logically fall together. The young lady's class winner off to my left, big-footed, big in terms of her skeleton, and very heavy featured. She's a long neck gill that I like her look and presence from the side. I think that gill has a big rear leg that's appropriately shaped and very square from behind. It'd be interesting in a minute to see where she sits in terms of angle up front and looseness behind, but those are some high-end, neat pieces in my opinion. The young man's going to be in second, and that one's the soft-bodied, soft-middled one. I appreciate her pliability, and I think that's all really, really good. My problem probably becomes where she's at the crest of her neck and the top of her neck. I just don't read her fresh enough right there. I think she'll get just a little soft on her front feet, too. Young man did a nice job, though, with that dimensional high-volume gill. This young man did a great job, and his gill's probably the most muscular option of my top three. Big in terms of her shape, big in terms of her hip. In my opinion, that gill gets a little general in front of her head and just a little bit tight and flat at the surface. Young lady right here has one that's long and extended, neat looking. I read that gill too upright in her shoulder and dry in her heart. And then this young lady has more shape up high, did a great job showing. I thought she was just one that was a little harder ribbed and just a little flatter in terms of her body cavity. Very good class of them. Very good set. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results for Class 18 Yorkshire Gilts. First, Milena Immenizer. Second, Colin Miller. Third, Rhett Musser. Fourth, Ella Franklin. Fifth, Collins Mosley. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt. Coming out of Class 17, we have Brody Martin and Brecken Good. From Class 18, we have Milena Immenizer and Colin Miller. Champion Yorkshire Gilt Awards are sponsored by Andy and Chrissy Wise. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Gilt Awards sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
As we've done all day, let's raise the roof for our Yorkshire exhibitors, please. Very good set of them, and honestly, I think it comes down to you got to step in and you got to make some decisions for champion and reserve, because I think that there's a pair of them that come out here and suit me extremely well, and then as you kind of start to break them down, there's way different parts and pieces. And so to talk about them and describe, it's the pair of class winners that are in contention, in my opinion. And so that first class winner, I talked in that class how just sound and comfortable she is, and how big-bodied and pliable she is. Her hind leg works pretty good. Out here, boy, I wish she was a little bit fresher in her condition. I wish she was a little fresher right there under her throat and right there in the baseline of her body. But I like what she represents in terms of comfort and agility. Then you got the far-reaching one, the one that's a little bit more of a swing, in my opinion, because I think she's giant-footed. I think her arm is big. I think her rear leg is big. I think the density of her body and hip is really good. And I think she comes at you really strong. Now, to me, like I said just a second ago, she's on the opposite end of the spectrum relative to my other class winner. She's a little harder in her lower rib, a little flatter in her upper rib cage, and I just need her a little looser behind. But I think it's very challenging, very interesting to study. To me, the one that I think is just a bit more memorable in kind and just a bit bigger in terms of her feature. Young lady right here in front of me, have your champion. Young man on the far side, have your reserve. Give both those kids a huge round of applause, please. Nice job.
Champion Yorkshire Gilt, exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Gilt, exhibited by Brody Martin. That concludes our purebred gilt classes for the day. We are now beginning our crossbred gilt show. In the ring is class 19, our first class of light crossbreds. These are gilts weighing 200 to 268 pounds. Again, a reminder, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break following the conclusion of this morning's gilt drive. Again, a 30-minute lunch break between the gilt show and the barrows.
Hey, good pair to start a light cross division, and I think these are close and interesting to debate. I started the young lady in the blue shirt right there because I think that one's just a bit sharper at the edge of her back, but more importantly, in my mind, she's longer out of her hip, and her looseness of upper hip allows her to actually reach and plant just a bit better from the side. I think that those are her advantages, and then when she comes right at you, I love her squareness of chest on the edge of where I want them behind, but certainly very good, high presented. Young man has one that initially I thought, man, her extra shot of density, her extra spread to her blade is going to be really tough to turn in this class, and the spread to her hip is going to be challenging to get around. In the next breath, I said, man, that old hip doesn't have enough length and extension, and it doesn't allow her to just go as comfortably as what I want. Young man did a great job and really, really nice. Big pieces describe the gilt that comes next. Huge arm, huge rear leg, too flat up front, and just a little bit cumbersome in how she travels out of her front end, and that become my concern. But very, very heavy skeleton, worth a shot in some areas. Young man right here has one that I thought to myself as she come in, I said, I like that gilt. I do. I think she's tall fronted. I think she's neat looking. I think she's good in a lot of regards. I read her too upright in her shoulder, and at the end of the day, I didn't think she had enough squareness and security behind. But young man, beautiful picture from the side. Nice job showing. Young man right here has one that I think is just a shot heavier in terms of feature, just a bit bigger in terms of shape. She's too far just plain in terms of her look and just a little more general. Big-bodied and sound, sound-ribbed. Describe this gill. She's a little tight behind, a little tight in terms of her rear leg, and I thought she was a little more fragile in her design. Young man had one that I thought was interesting. I really do. She's big in her arm. She's big in her feature. She's just too tender out here up front and too tender out of her skeleton. Great job to you. Tremendous work and a great class. Let's congratulate all of those exhibitors, please.
Results from class 19, light crossbred gilts. First, Ava Carlson. Second, Brody Martin. Third, Bristol Snowert. Fourth, Kenneth Rose. Fifth, Tate McInnes. Sixth, Isabel Tyson. Seventh, Nolan Tyson. We are now showing class 20, light crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 270 to 325.
Hey, nice pair in the light crosses and a nice pair in the last class of light crosses. I got to be honest and tell my story of the classes I worked through. This bluegill come out, and I thought, boy, I don't know if she's just a sharp enough looking gill. I don't know if she's just as attractive as another one that's already been out. What's her distinct advantage in the class? And probably to this point, it's her rear foot, her rear leg alignment and mobility, and how she uses that is really, really good in my mind. So to summarize, I think if you take her blade back, that's a very, very good pig in terms of spread, substance, and security. I just don't know where she fits in front of her blade in my mind. This one is markedly easier to say, hey, she's got some identifiable traits that are really, really cool. Her back spread and the shape to her back and the spread to her hip are as good as we've seen to this point. I genuinely mean that. In the same breath, Man, I thought coming out, I said, is she long enough hip? And then as we started to work and continued going, I thought she just continued to push and roll right out of her rear skeleton there. Very good gilt to be in second. A nice pair up top there. I thought the one that come out in third, the young ladies over here, or excuse me, the young man's over here is one that was really good in terms of spread, just a little out there behind. Young ladies, curly-haired gilt, big-armed and big in terms of spread. To me, she was too short in her hip and just a little bit limited there, but certainly a muscular gilt. Big body and good in terms of pliability. Describe this gilt, obviously experiencing an injury or just a little bit of pain there up front. And then the young man right here, real soft-bodied, kind of dimensional one, too plain in terms of her kind. But certainly a good class and a good way to get through the lights. Give all these kids a big round of applause as they exit.
Results from Class 20, light crossbred gilts. First, Keegan Spray. Second, William Robinson. Third, Brecken Good. Fourth, Carly Bymaster. Fifth, Briella Rainey. Sixth, Clayton Moore. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion light crossbred gilt. Coming out of Class 19, we have Ava Carlson and Brody Martin. From Class 20, Keegan Spray and William Robinson. Our Champion Light Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Keystone Cooperative. Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Gilt Award sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Selecting your champion and reserve in the light cross division. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please. Hey, really nice set of light crosses, and I genuinely mean that. All four of these are in contention. I think that they have different pieces that they offer. The young lady's first class winner is one that I appreciate for being so wide-chested, sharp-headed, and sharp back. I mentioned in class, do you think she has enough in terms of length to her upper hip? Young man second behind that one was a similar story in my mind, just probably a little tighter. The one that won the second class there, I told you, I'm not in love with her up front, but I do love what she represents in terms of rear leg and rear leg mobility. The second behind her, very freaky, exotic, muscular piece. I don't know if she's just loose enough out here. It becomes a balancing act in my mind, and it becomes just a debate of where you really want to be at. To me, rear leg mobility and just ability to go with reach and range of motion is very important. Young man's gilt best epitomizes that. That'll be your champion light. The one that to me suits me next best in terms of having combining some of the wild pieces of those behind her, but still doing it in the most conservative package. Young lady's first class winner, be reserved. Hey, nice job.
Champion Light Crossbred Gilt exhibited by Keegan Spray. Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Gilt exhibited by Ava Carlson. In the ring is Class 21, our first class of dark crossbred gilts. These are gilts weighing 209 to 233 pounds.
I tell you what, the first class of darts come, and I think in my mind, there's maybe not one I'm just real comfortable with, so I think you got to balance a lot of different things, and you got to put a lot of things together in order to accumulate a placing. This young man's half belted one here, big legs, very very big skeleton, and very dense in terms of her kind. I think she is more comfortable up front than the one in second, and she has enough security to her rear leg. Now, I wish she was a little cleaner in the bottom half of her joints, but certainly one that I like in terms of just density of skeleton. Good, and her squareness of back is very good. I think I kind of waited and just watched, and I think her front feet start to bug her out here, causes her spine to come up, and then she's not real secure behind. But if you study her just standing there, she's got some wildly interesting pieces. This one's big-bodied, and this one's got some substance. I like the spread to her skull, the spread to her eyes, and I think that's good. My problem is she's not one that upgrades anybody in terms of real squareness behind. I think that gilt doesn't have just as much in terms of look and presence. If you're into just comfortable, loose-made gilts, this is your pick. I don't mean that negatively because I think she's strong in her skeleton. I just thought maybe in this contemporary group, a little more fragile in terms of her foot, her ankle, didn't have as much look as what I thought was preceding her in class. I thought just a little more body and dimension than the ones that follow her. Man, I debated long and hard between these two gilts, between 5 and 6, 6 and 5. This young lady's had more spread behind. This young lady's had more width to her hip. I thought she was just maybe a little bit more upright built, but good in terms of pliability. This one from the side I thought was a little longer stepping, a little better footed. She's too plain and generic in the upper portion of her rib, just a little bit closed and tight. Young lady that closes, long-necked, long-bodied one, just needed more in terms of lower rib and a little looser look behind. Very good class of them. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from class 21, dark crossbred gilts. First, Levi Knoll. Second, Cooper Bymaster. Third, Banks Thornburg. Fourth, Brecken Good. Fifth, Madison Hayes. Sixth, Avery Sinesaw. Seventh, Adeline Payne. In the ring is class 22, dark crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 234 to 255.
Hey, a nice class, crossbred gilts out here, and I think that they're different in what they bring to the table. I think that there's quite a bit of discrepancy in where you're going to be at on type and kind in this particular class. The young man directly in front of me, that gilt is bar none the best about the length of her hip, the use of her rear leg, and just how she's constructed in her rear foot. I think she's the most comfortable up front. Also, there's some measurables that favor the one in second, but I like this gilt skeleton and freshness just a notch better. Young man knows what he's got here. He's got himself a big-bodied one that's really soft, really pliable, really bold in their blade, and I appreciate that. I think in the same breath, that gilt's too upright up front, and then she's too short in her hip, and she doesn't have the kind of range of motion and reach behind, and even though he kind of tried to protect it, I didn't think she was square enough in terms of her rear skeleton, but a nice skill to be there in second. Black-headed one that comes next is one that I really liked. Initially out of the gate, I thought, boy, she's hard-shaped. She's really lean up high. She's so hairy and so dense and good in her proportions. I thought the longer we went out here and get her among contemporaries, she doesn't have enough bone and foot and feature, and then she'll get just a little edgy relative to those sacrifices out of the back part of her skeleton. Young man right here comes next, and I thought that gilt was one that had a really, really nice look, a really nice softness to her rib. She doesn't use her hind leg and her rear skeleton well enough. I thought it was close between the next couple, and this one right here, to me, was the next best in terms of squareness at top. She just didn't have the right security to her rear skeleton linked to her hip. All black one, or the real black belted one right here, very dense skeleton, good in that regard. Doesn't have the kind of build behind that I'm after, but certainly neat pieces. And then the one that closes, just good, fundamental, functional kind of gilt. To me, she was too short in her stride up high, and she was just a little plain in terms of her look. Very good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from Class 22 dark crossbred gilts. First, Brady DeFries. Second, Owen Kaiser. Third, William Robinson. Fourth, Finley Rice. Fifth, Kane Storms. Sixth, Jet Beck. Seventh, Rhett Musser. In the ring, Class 23 dark crossbred gilts. This class is gilts weighing 256 to 265.
Hey, I tell you what, this class of darks gets interesting to me. And I think when you sit back and you study, I think my class winner is far from perfect. But to this point, I'm very comfortable with her feature. I'm very comfortable with her back and how her spine's aligned into her. I think that has a lasting, memorable image in terms of proportionality and rear leg flex. Now, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to be looking for one that's a little wider underneath and a little wider at the base of her skeleton, but I do think that her look in proportion from the side and unique intangibles are interesting for me to study. The one that winds up in second, I'm very comfortable with that one's skeleton. I'm very comfortable with the way that one's built. I'm very comfortable with how she uses her rear leg. I didn't think she was fresh enough in her kind to shake up a conversation. I thought she was just a little bit more bland right there in the upper part of her back, but she's a basic, good-bodied one that I think has some value in that regard. This one that come out in third, this young man's done an excellent job. Absolutely crushed it. That's a tall-fronted one. I like the back of that one's shoulder. I like the way that she's constructed in terms of how her blade is in front of her blade. I think in the same breath, she gets just a little tight in terms of her upper shoulder, a little tight to ground, but certainly a good one in terms of lower skeletal pry. This one right here, this all black one, young man's doing a heck of a job. Neat pieces, huge legs, huge feet, a stout, rugged skull. To me, that gilt's just a little hard in her body and her flank. It pained me to put this young man on down the line here, but I think that this particular gilt is one that's really nice and in back spread, really good hipped. I like her power, and she's blessed with that. To me, she doesn't match at the surface. Her ankle's not big enough. I wish that was just a notch better. Then the young lady that closes here, very good in terms of look, very good in terms of just presence. I don't think that pig stays genuine enough to the base of her rear skeleton. Very good class of them. We're going to pick you a champion in reserve in our first division of darks. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 23, Dark Crossbred Gilts. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Brody Martin. Fourth, Asher Peters. Fifth, Blake Leader. Sixth, Haven Rice. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Division 1 Dark Crossbred. Coming out of Class 21, Levi Knoll. From Class 22, Brady DeFries, and from Class 23, Katie Holmes. Champion Division 1 Dark Crossbred Gilt is sponsored by Acre Pro, Kyle Spray, and Reserve Champion Division 1 Dark Crossbred Gilt sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together for those vying for our champion, the first division of darks. 3 class winners, and I will tell you and I will reiterate, in my mind, the first division of dark crosses was a bit of a journey, and so we start the journey with this young man right here in terms of being big-footed, big-legged. I like that gilt, and I thought she won a tough class. I'd like to clean her up down low. I'd like to square her up as she goes away, but big shape, big legs. The one that come out of the second class, that was a tough pair that I thought was interesting. I remember talking about her being better in the use and articulation of her rear leg. In my mind, that gilt out here is just a little bit probably flatter as you work into her heart and just in the middle part of her rib. I don't know if she's this big leg yet. Then we get to the third class, and I'm not going to tell you that I think this one's perfect because I think you could nitpick your way to being critical of her. In the same breath, though, she is bar none the biggest footed, biggest featured one, uses her hind leg well, stays in check behind, and I think she's got a nice look from the side. Interesting pieces. It'll be fun to see where your question marks land as we continue through the day. She's my favorite in this division. Young lady right here, have your champion.
Champion Division 1 Dark Crossbred Gilt exhibited by Katie Holmes. That brings out Keegan Spray's second place.
Drop out our second behind our eventual champion out. And quite frankly, I think it's tough out here. I think that you've got different things that you balance and different things that you put together. I talked to my other two class winners. This one that was second behind our eventual champion. I understand that she's probably not perfect in how she moves up front, but I like the way she's constructed in her rear leg. I like the way she's put together in her body. I think you've got differences and different options and ways you can go. To me, the one that suits me the next best in terms of having some body, having some dimension, using her hind leg well, not perfect, but certainly well, is the young man that was second behind our champion. That'll be your reserve. Nice job.
Reserve champion, Division I, dark crossbred gilt, exhibited by Keegan Sprague. Throughout the morning, helping us hand out ribbons and banners has been our queen and her court. We'd like to take a moment to recognize our 2026 Miss Tippecanoe County, Michaela Spray. First runner-up, Adrian Tolan. Second runner-up, Audrey Miller. Third runner-up, Katie Ford. Miss Congeniality, Abby Griffith. We also have our little Mr. and little Mrs. William Fusick, Reagan Brand, Bianca Linson, and Hallie Hendrick. Thank you to those folks for helping us with awards today. In the ring now is our first class of Division II dark crossbred gilts. This is class 24. These are gilts weighing 267 to 275.
Hey, very nice class to start the second division of darks, and I think that there's a very unique pig to go ahead and start this particular class. I will tell you, I think that one's incredibly dense-bodied, incredibly dense in her hip, incredibly dense in terms of the texture and spread to her rib cage. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. She needs to be a little longer hipped for me, but she uses it well. She's out here and flexes and stays square at the base of her skeleton. A nice pig. It'll be fun to see where she fits here in a little bit. I initially come out, and this young man took 3 steps out, and that gilt didn't want to go. And I thought, boy, we got to get her rolling because she has a giant rear leg. Like, I mean, an absolutely big one that's shaped appropriately from the side. The problem is, and I'm guessing here, we thought, man, we got to keep her in check behind. And so we were conservative in body fill. I appreciate and understand that. that. But at the end of the day, she's a little wide stepping and just a little hard in terms of her rib. Big legs, neat pieces. A young lady has a fundamental one. You talk about length of body being right. You talk about pliability of center being right. And you talk about depth to her rib being really good. I think she covers those things extremely well. In this day and age, she doesn't have enough front leg. She doesn't have enough arm strength and just enough security behind for me to work forward with her. But certainly a good chested, big bodied one. Young lady did a nice job. This blue kind of one right here, soft body, big middle, really pliable. To me, she pushes out in her stifle too much and pushes out in her honk and how that's constructed. I don't mind this one that comes in fifth. Really stout skulled, really big legged. She's a little plain in her look and a little bit more general in her kind. Young man's kind of calico, tricolored one here. A big production kind of gilt, a really long extended one, just a little more fragile in a show pig setting. But certainly, nice set of them. Give all those kids a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from Class 24, dark crossbred gilts. First, Milena Emmenizer. Second, Evan Purcell. Third, Emily Seaman. Fourth, Brecken Good. Fifth, Brenna Rice. Sixth, Isaac Essery. We're now showing Class 25, dark crossbred gilts. Gilts weighing 276 to 290.
Here's the deal in the second class of heavyweight gilts. I think it's interesting, and the one that wins, I think, is a very unique animal in terms of her lower skeletal mobility and how she comes at you. In the same breath, when you transition her to the side, I will tell you, I get a little harder time getting her to piece together in terms of length of body and shape to her loin. But she's square off either end. She's dense in her skeleton and uses her hind leg well. Like I said, where do you sit on her proportions from the side? The young lady that comes out in second, when she came into the ring, I thought to myself, well, Self, it's going to be tough to turn her because she's good in terms of power, good in terms of spread. She's got a really, really good length of body and shape to her rib. Relative to the length of body and shape of rib she's got, I could intensify her lower feature just a bit to make it match just a notch more and then freshen her up ever so slightly, but a nice skill to be there in second. The one that comes out in third, I do like in terms of having a little bit more length and extension. She's a little bit broader about her jawline and skull in my mind. It was her length of hip and stride behind that become her ultimate problem in my mind, but I certainly think that gill has some turn and has some neat pieces. Young man did a heck of a job with the 1 and 4. I thought between 4 and 5, this one had more muscle shape. I didn't think she had enough just skeletal quality to work up, but she's big-footed and big-legged. Big, soft-middled one, pliable, as describes the loud-marked one right there. I didn't think she was genuine enough at the base of her skeleton or long enough in terms of her hip, strong enough at the base of her hip for me to work forward with her. Young man with the all-black one right there, really good armed, really good bladed, just too plain from their back. And then the young man that closes, I thought had one that was wide at the base of her skeleton, really wide at the base of her skeleton. My problem become the shape to her upper skeleton and getting everything to match from the ground up. Very good class, good set of them. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from class 25, dark crossbred gilts. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Kinsley Beck. Third, Ava Carlson. Fourth, Penn Storms. Fifth, Clayton Moore. Sixth, Carson Brook. Seventh, Colin Miller. In the ring is our last class of crossbred gilts. Dark crossbred gilts, class 26. This is a class of gilts weighing 309 to 340 pounds. As we get towards the end of our gilt drive, I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce our judge today. He's evaluated our mini 4-H'ers first, followed by all of our purebred, and now all of our crossbred gilts. This is Will Taylor from Iowa. He and his wife live in Ames. He is a graduate of Lincoln Land in Western Illinois, where he was a member of both livestock judging teams. He earned his PhD at Iowa State, where he is now the livestock judging coach. He's judged all across the country at the county, state, and national levels, and he's here today at the 2026 Tippecanoe County Fair. Let's give a hand to Will Taylor for evaluating our pigs this morning. We'd also like to again recognize that this show today is streaming. It's available on Ringside Live. The camera's been running all day. We'd like to thank Tipmont once again for sponsoring that and making it available for people to watch our pig show from the comfort of their home.
Hey, very nice class to round out our dark crosses and our crossbred day and ultimately our guilt show. I think it was very good. I will tell you the pace is dictated by this young lady's guilt right here in front of me in terms of freshness and in terms of design and freshness of build. That's where she needs to win, in my opinion. I like that gilt's proportions. I like her length of body. I like what she represents in terms of squareness behind and having a shot a feature. She's a little upright built up front. She's a little tight in how she moves behind, but I certainly think that gilt is really, really good and look fresh and look and all those things. There's some neat parts about this one that's going to come in second here. Huge feet, a really, really dense skull, and a really, really stout lower skeleton, and that's just a big, big gilt. I would venture to guess that she may be the biggest gilt we saw today. I think in the same breath, her maturity is starting to work against her just a little bit. The shape of her head and how she's put together there in front of her blade. I do think that's a darn nice sow in terms of reach, range of motion, and flexibility. Just thought maturity caught up with her in this particular ring. I like things about this one in third. Really good. I walked out and boy, her skeleton square. Boy, she's loose made. Boy, her range of motion's good. Problem is she appears to have maybe shucked her hair or maybe she never had it. I don't know which it is, but it starts to detract from her density, makes her to just a little bit more nondescript and plain everywhere. Nice skill, needed just an extra shot there in terms of hair coat. The next two that come out, I thought this one was unique in terms of length of body and spread. I didn't think she was square enough in terms of her lower skeleton. A bold, stout-made one that I thought was just a little bit odd in terms of how she handled her hock, but still powerful and big-hipped. And then the one that closes, that young lady's got one that's really tall-shouldered, really tall-fronted, and really extended. She's too upright built in her shoulder and just a little narrow at the base of her skeleton. Very nice class. Good way to round out our dark crosses. Give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 26, Dark Crossbred Gilts. First, Leah Emmenizer. Second, Bristol Snauer. Third, Stella Rule. Fourth, Rhett Musser. Fifth, Sarah Hoy. Sixth, Brady DeFries. We're now showing for Champion and Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt. Coming out of Class 24, Milena Emmenizer. From Class 25, Katie Holmes. And from Class 26, Leah Emmenizer. Our Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt Awards, sponsored by Melody Klauser, Crop Insurance Specialist. And our Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt Awards, sponsored by Neil Mosley family.
Well, just as we have all day, Champion Dark Cross in the ring in the second division. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. I called our first division a journey, and this one I thought there was maybe a bit more of a roadmap on the journey, and so I'll talk to you a little bit about what I thought and where I was at. This kind of black-footed one that won the first class here, man, density of body, density of build, density of spread is so good. I will tell you that those are some interesting pieces packed into a short, proportional package, and I think that gilt represents some really high quality pieces. Now, I understand she is on the borderline of long enough in her hip and long enough in terms of her stride behind, but boy, she is an incredibly dense animal with some unique pieces. The one that won the middle class there, she's quite the opposite. If you step back and you study, she's long everywhere. She's long in terms of her neck, long in terms of her body, long in her hip, loose in her rear leg. I don't know if she just just balances as good or puts together just as wild of a piece and wild of a picture as what I thought that first class winner did. But boy, she's good in terms of her chest and loose behind. The one that won in third class, I talked just a second ago, tall fronted, neat looking, got some wild pieces in my mind in terms of length. Where do you sit on her shoulder blade and her rear leg mobility? That become my question marks out here. I think it's a great set of them. I think it's a really enjoyable division. There's one that's just memorable to me. Density is unparalleled, and just spread is really good. Young lady, right here, have your champion this division.
Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Milena Immenizer. That brings out Evan Purcell's second place.
Dropped the second behind our eventual champion out, and she has big feet, big legs, and a lot of things that I appreciate. I just think there was another one that followed my division winner extremely well. Now, I want to say that they don't follow in a type and kind standpoint, but I'm a firm believer in quality, in different shapes, different sizes. I'm okay with that. The long, loose-made one is going to be reserve in this division. Congratulations to her.
Reserve Champion Division II Dark Crossbred Gilt, exhibited by Katie Holmes. We are now showing for champion overall Dark Crossbred Gilt. Representing Division I, Katie Holmes. And from Division II, Milena Immenizer. Our champion Dark Crossbred Gilt Award is sponsored by Bymaster Farms. Reserve Champion Dark Crossbred Gilt Award, also sponsored by Bymaster Farms. Following selection of our overall Dark Crossbred Gilt, we will show for overall Crossbred Gilt. And then following that will be our bred and owned class. It is not in the show program, but there is the bred and owned gilt class. Following that will be our 30-minute lunch break before we begin with Berkshire Barrows.
Champion and reserve here in our Dark Cross division. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause, please. If you have if you stood ringside and you had the patience to sit back and watch, I think I can finally show you what I'm building and what I like in terms of a kind and where I sit on what they should look like. And so, to be quite frank with you, there's a pair of them that suit me really well. I want them to be dense. I want them to be bold. I want them to have the right length to their body. I want them to proportion appropriately. And then just as importantly, I want them to use their skeleton extremely, extremely well. There's a pair of them that suit me in terms of the extras, a pair of them that suit me in terms of those things. Now, they're totally different. And to be frank with you, the pair is among the two division winners. And so that first division winner, man, when you get her from the side, her length of body and the shape of her body, I love what she represents out of the back of her shoulder, where her rib cage sits. I love her squareness behind, and I love the reach she has to her hip. I'm not going to tell you she's the longest hip one I've ever seen, but she uses it so well. My problem in decision point is that she comes right at you. Is she just square enough and wide enough in the clearance of her knee? And then where do you see her tying in at the top of her blade right there? The one that won the second division, I think that one is a rolled up backed one that is so short bodied and so dense in terms of everything she offers. She's wider as she comes at you, and she's broader in her chest floor. I love what she represents in terms of length and proportions. My question mark becomes, is she long enough in her hip? Is she just loose enough built out back? And where do you sit on that? It's a really close decision, and I hope you see my thought process and understand where I'm at and see the kind that I like. My favorite, young ladies, first division winner will be your champion. Young ladies, second division winner will be your reserve. Let's congratulate both those exhibitors on a job well done, please.
Champion overall dark crossbred gilt exhibited by Katie Holmes. Reserve champion overall dark crossbred gilt exhibited by Milena Immenizer. In just a moment, we'll be showing for our overall crossbred gilt champion and reserve. In the ring is our final set of crossbred gilts. This is our overall champion and reserve champion crossbred gilt drive. From our light colored crossbred gilt division, our champion was Keegan Spray and our reserve was Ava Carlson. From our dark colored crossbred gilt division, champion Katie Holmes, reserve Milena Immenizer. Our champion overall crossbred gilt will receive an award sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin. Reserve champion overall crossbred gilt will receive an award sponsored by Grogan and Martin families.
Hey, awesome set of crossbreds, and I think it's really cool that you offer a light division and a dark division. I think it's really, really fun to be able to come out here and sort them. I obviously, I don't play much poker. I'm not much for keeping a lot of suspense, but I think there's a pair of them that suit me extremely well. It's how I want them built in terms of proportions, how I want them to look in terms of density, and both of them have good skeletons. I've talked that pair extensively, and I think that they're very fun. I'm going to keep the pair of dark crosses together as your champion and reserve. Let's congratulate both those young ladies on a job well done.
Your champion and reserve champion overall crossbred gilts both come from the dark colored division. Champion overall crossbred gilt exhibited by Katie Holmes. Reserve champion overall crossbred gilt exhibited by Milena Immenizer. There is one more class to show this morning before we take our lunch break. This class is not in the show program. This is our bred and owned class. The gilts that will be coming out in the ring in just a second are all gilts that have already shown. They stood near the top of their class, but most importantly, they were also gilts that were raised by the 4-H'ers. These are animals that these 4-H'ers have had since they were farrowed, and they've had to put in that extra work. So let's give these folks that are in the placing pins right now, getting ready to come out in the ring, a nice big round of applause for this extra class. In this bred and owned division, our champion will receive both a banner sponsored by Patrick and Melinda O'Neill, as well as a chair sponsored by Johnson Brothers Showstock. And our reserve champion will receive an award sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. Thank you again to all of our trophy and banner sponsors throughout the morning in our gilt drive. We appreciate you making it so that we can give out some really nice awards to all of our 4-H'ers.
Hey, this is a pretty cool opportunity. And for those of you that are ringside, this is the bread known division. And so what that means is these kids had their own sow, they fed them themselves, and they show pigs that they raised. And that's a neat, neat opportunity. Give these kids a big round of applause for the job they're doing. I will tell you, I think this is a great thing and something that needs to continue. I understand. Hey, I think not everybody has that opportunity. I didn't have the opportunity to raise them, and that's okay. But I think it's neat when you do have that opportunity, and tremendous. There's a pair of them. I believe they said I was supposed to pick a champion in reserve is what we finally landed on in this division. And so I think that there's a pair of them that suit me extremely well. Just good pigs. And to know that they're raised by the exhibitor is really, really fun. To me, my favorite, young ladies Tamworth on the far side is going to be your champion bred known. Young ladies Durock right here in front of me is going to be a reserve. Congratulate both those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause as everybody exits, please.
Your champion bred known gilt exhibited by Avery Moore. Reserve champion bred known gilt exhibited by Rhett Musser. That concludes our gilt drive for the morning. We are now taking a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 12:20 to start the Barrow Show with our Berkshire Barrows at 12:20. 30-minute lunch break. Good afternoon. Welcome back from our lunch break. We begin our barrow show today with Class 27 Berkshire Barrows. These are barrows weighing 230 to 247. In the ring, Class 27.
First class back from the lunch break out here, and the young man has a class winner that I think is nice. I think he's got clearance to his lower skeleton. He's wide at his base. He's big and shapely up high. I thought specifically he was square and bolder as he went directly away, and that was my decision point to go ahead and use him, make him my class winner. Young lady's going to be in second, and she drives the wheels off this one, and in my opinion, that one's really good in terms of length of body, really good in terms of pliability and softness. My problem comes as you get to the surface. He's a little small in his front ankle, a little tight in his rear ankle. I don't see that bear just as good in terms of where he's shaped as well. The young man that comes next has one that I thought of what remained had the most muscle shape. I thought that particular barrow was good in his turn up high, good in terms of just having a shot of feature. He's too narrow behind for me, but certainly well-fed, well-presented kind of barrow. The one that comes next has tons and tons of softness, and if you're into traditional Berkshires, that's one that I like. Real good in terms of the middle of his body. To me, he's not good enough at the base of his skeleton to work forward. This young lady right here is got one that's real long and extended, got a nice look, didn't have enough spread, but his skeleton was good. And then the young ladies that closes there, I think long in front of his blade. He's sharper shaped than the one that precedes him in class, but he's also harsher about his lower body and the narrowest in class. Very, very nice class. Great job to those kids. Give them a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from Class 27 Berkshire Barrows. First, Finley Rice. Second, Emily Seaman. Third, Carson Brook. Fourth, Ella Lindenman. Fifth, Mallory Inskip. Sixth, Piper Sinesol. We're now showing Class 28 Berkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 250 to 259. As we start our barrow drive this afternoon, we'd like to welcome our judge today. He's already judged our mini 4-H'ers and our gilts this morning. Our judge is Will Taylor. Will and his wife live in Ames, Iowa, where Will is the judging coach for Iowa State University. He's a graduate of Lincoln Land and Western Illinois, as well as Iowa State. Will has judged all across the country at county, state, and national levels. Let's thank him for being here today, judging our livestock.
Good class in the second class of Berkshires. And this bear, I thought won, and I thought he won pretty handedly in my mind. He's square, he's shapely, he's got power, and he's got some substance off either end of his skeleton. He's not maybe perfect in his skeleton, in his rear hip and his rear leg, but he's got some good pieces in terms of muscularity and expression. I like the young ladies in second, pretty good from the side. I like that bear's elevation. I like his height, the shoulder. I like what he represents in terms of presence. To me, that bear doesn't have enough at the base of his skeleton, doesn't have enough in terms of the lower rib and just spread to his lower rib and enough true width down low. The young man's that comes next, I thought it was really close and it was really debatable. To me, his balance and proportionality is just a bit better than the one behind him. And I just didn't think maybe he had as much just quality of build as the one in front of him. Young man did a nice job getting that one comfortable and getting that one to be good bodied. There's a little more muscle in the young man in oranges. I think that bear is just a bit stouter in his pin set, just a bit broader up high. In the same breath, I think that bear will start to labor just a little more in his lower skeleton. I don't read him balancing quite as well as what I thought the ones in front of him did. A pair of big-bodied ones that come next in this particular class. I thought there was a bit more muscle in the young lady that winds up in fifth versus the one in sixth. Very traditional in terms of his look, very traditional in terms of his body. To me, he's just a little throaty underneath there. I didn't see him as genuine in his muscle pattern, but a nice job to that young lady. Great job to all these kids. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 28 Berkshire Barrows. First, Brady DeFries. Second, Brooklyn Spray. Third, Connor Gamble. Fourth, Alexander Buck. Fifth, Briella Rainey. Sixth, Aubrey Reed. We're now showing Class 29 Berkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 264 to 278. A reminder, if you see a exhibitor starred with an asterisk in the show program, those are exhibitors who have raised their own pigs and could possibly be eligible for our bred and owned division following the end of the Barrow show. Throughout the day during our swine show, you'll notice the animals coming through our nice new black placing pins in the north end of the Coliseum. To be able to purchase the materials for those new placing pins, we'd like to thank the Dave Buck Memorial, the Chuck Dill Memorial, and the Tippecanoe County Pork Producers for their donations. Thank you very much.
Good set of Berkshire Bears to round out our Berkshire Bear division. And the young man's bear that's going to win this class, I think, is good in terms of his foot size, good in terms of his feature. I think he's spread well off either end of his skeleton, and I think he's got just enough in terms of freshness. Is he the best looking one we've seen all day? No, but he's square behind, square up high. I like that about him. The young ladies that winds up in second, I think gets there in terms of balance and body shape from the side. Just a soft middle, a good performing one that I think does some things well. He'll labor just a little bit up front, and I don't see him as sharp in the shape to his upper hip, but certainly a bear that I like in terms of softness of body and pliability. The young man's that winds up in third out here, I think is a bear that's got just a little bit more in terms of shape out of the back of his shoulder. I think that particular bear is good also in his pliability. As he comes to the base of his skeleton and comes right at you, you got to see his front feet and where they sit. You got to see him just a little bit behind. The young lady that comes out in four over there is one that I appreciate for being really dimensional and high volume, just a little short and round in his hip, a little bit more fragile in his feature. Young man that comes in fifth has one that I think has dimension and volume up high. He was just a little tight in his rear leg and just a little bit non-genuine as he worked down. The young lady that comes out in sixth has us one that I really appreciate for his ability to be long-hipped. I appreciate for his ability to use his hind leg. He didn't have enough punch behind his shoulder and got just a little narrow as you got in behind him. Dense-haired, really good in terms of just coat and texture. His dark black is this young lady's bear. I like him. He didn't have enough foot in toe size for me. He didn't have enough width at the base of his skeleton. Young lady did a great job. Let's give them all a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 29, Berkshire Barrows. First, Levi Knoll. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Corbin Bymaster. Fourth, Kerrigan Kitchell. Fifth, Brock Winger. Sixth, Kalen Dimmick. Seventh, Paisley Fruits. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Berkshire Barrow. Coming out of Class 27, Finley Rice. From Class 28, Brady DeFries. And from Class 29, Levi Knoll. Our champion Berkshire Barrow Award is sponsored by Owl Creek Farms. Our reserve champion Berkshire Barrow Awards sponsored by Neil Mosley family.
Well, we come back from lunch and we start with the Berkshire breed here. And honestly, we got a pretty good crowd. Before lunch, we were giving these kids a huge round of applause as we picked champions. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for a job well done. Hey, I tell you what, to be able to drive, to be selected as a champion at your county fair is a high honor in my mind and something I don't take lightly. I like these three class winners pretty good. That first class winner was the first bear that I saw after lunch. He's wide-chested, he's square-backed, and he's got shape up high, looks the part from the side. Relative to being a little lighter weight, I don't know where you're going to sit on the base of his throat, and he could be a bit challenging to feed to keep that all together, but I love where he's at in terms of squareness. This one that won the second class, that's just a really nice bear. I think that he's just comfortable enough. He's just good in his body. He's just soft, and he doesn't do anything horribly offensive to me. Out here, you can nickel and dime him as he is loose in his upper hip, loose in his lower hip as another one. Is he just as unique in his look as another one? And does he have enough punch? But darn good bear that has a lot of things that he does well. The one that won the third class there, man, he's just a stouty. He's powerful. He's dimensional. I like that about him. My question mark on him is, does he use his rear foot and rear ankle as well as another one? Is he quite as fresh as another one? It's a good class. It's a good division, good class winners. I like them pretty well. My favorite, Young Man's Light, be your champion.
Champion Berkshire Barrow, exhibited by Finley Rice. That brings out Emily Siemens, second place pick.
Drop the second in, and he fits right in. There's another one that I thought pushed extremely hard. A big, stout one that I think does things extremely well. Maybe just not as out there as what I thought our champion was. Young man's third class winner, be reserve. Congratulations to him. Give him all a round of applause, please.
Reserve champion Berkshire Barrow, exhibited by Levi Knoll. Again, we welcome those that are also watching via the live stream as well. We once again like to thank Tippecanoe for being the sponsor of all the live streams of the livestock projects here in the Coliseum this week. Thank you again to Tippecanoe for your generous sponsorship of that program. In the ring is Class 30, Chester White Barrows, barrows weighing 222 to 259.
Hey, good set here in the Chester Barrows, and a good pair of them that I think are different in what they bring to the table. These two Chesters are just totally different in what they have and what they offer. I opted for the young man's more moderate option. I read him bolder in his blade and spread to his mid blade. I read him bigger up top and bigger out of the back of his shoulder. I read him just a bit broader as you work into his pin set. And he still maintains squareness pretty good. Now, he's not the biggest hog I've seen in my life, and I don't think he's ever going to be a big one, but I do think he's stout. I do think he's powerful, and I think he's got body. I really wanted, I was drawn to the young lady's barrow that's going to be in second here. She is hunkered down, doing a heck of a job showing, and just very fun to watch. I kept convincing myself, I'm like, man, he's good looking, man, he's good looking, man, he's good in terms of his feet and legs. And then I had to say, he just doesn't have enough stuff, Will. And so ultimately, I don't think that barrow is quite stout enough. I love his look. Great job showing. Young lady that's going to be in third there has one that is good up high. He is good in terms of the turn to his back. He is good in terms of his his expression. I think he's a little bit more generic in terms of his hip design, a little bit shorter and rounder in his hip, and that becomes my concern. Fourth over there is one that's big-legged and stout-made, probably just a little bit more limited in terms of build. And then our closer there is one that I thought was long and extended, just a little flatter made. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Placings from Class 30, Chester White Barrows. First, Brecken Good. Second, Emma Rettig. Third, Marcinda Kane. Fourth, Corbin Bullhofer. Fifth, Josephine Holt. In the ring is Class 31, Chester White Barrows. Barrows weighing 265 to 287. Throughout the morning and now into the Barrow Show, we've been assisted in handing out ribbons and banners to all of our exhibitors by the Queen and her court. We'd like to take an opportunity to recognize the 2026 Miss Tippecanoe County, Michaela Spray. First runner-up, Adrian Tolan. Second runner-up, Aubrey Miller. Third runner-up, Katie Ford. And Miss Congeniality, Abby Griffith. We also have the Little Mister and Little Miss, William Fusick and Reagan Brand, as well as the runners-up, Bianca Linson and Hallie Hendrick.
Good trio of Chesters to round out our Chester Barra class. And the young man's class winner right here, I think, is good in terms of his look, good in terms of his presence, got a big back laid into him. He's a big scaled hog that's got a ton of volume underneath him. Now, is he going to move good enough, and is he going to continue to move good enough becomes my question mark, but I think he covers a lot of bases well. Big meat and potatoes kind of Barra right here in front of me, big in terms of his spread, big in terms of his muscle shape, good in terms of his kind. I think that Barra pushes the limits of where I'm comfortable behind. I didn't think that Barra had just as much in terms of elevation to his skeleton, but he's a powerful one, especially in his mid-blade. Young lady that comes in third here has one that I think's really good in terms of turn and expression. I like his muscle shape. He didn't move good enough behind for me, and I didn't think there was enough just genuine spread to his mid-skeleton. Nice job to that young lady. Great set of Chester Barras. Give them all a big round of applause, please.
Placings for Class 31, Chester Barrows. First, Miles Gardner. Second, Emily Seaman. Third, Brooklyn Spray. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Chester White Barrow. Coming out of Class 30, we have Brecken Good and Emma Reddick. From Class 31, Miles Gardner and Emily Seaman. Our champion Chester White Barrow Trophy is the Donald W. Brown Memorial. And our reserve champion Chester White Barrow Trophy is sponsored by Dr. Jerry Preuss.
We're out here to select your champion in reserve, Chester Barrow. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please. Hey, I tell you what, a good set of Chester Barras and a darn good pair that we're going to get to tie to. I think both of them are nice. Like I told you in class, I thought one of them was a bit taller at his shoulder. I thought one of them just had a bit more size and scale to him. Maybe a little grumpy out here. I understand that. My champion in reserve are going to come out of the second class to keep them in order. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
Champion Chester White Barrow, exhibited by Miles Gardner. Reserve champion, exhibited by Emily Seaman. In the ring is Class 32, Duroc Barrows. These are barrows weighing 228 to 242 pounds.
Hey, good pair of Duroc Barrows to start this class. And honestly, I think each of them are different. But at the end of the day, I come back and I say, hey, which one do I like better? And it's quite handedly this young man's. I think that one's wide chested. I think he's broad in his blade. I think he's big and opened up coming at you. I think he's got a long neck and it's positioned well. And then that barrow still maintains enough squareness behind. Where you at on his length of body? I don't know. That'll be a question mark for later. But I certainly think that barrow's freshness, that barrow's ability to use his skeleton is really good, and he's still burly on top of that. Young lady winds up in second here, and I think that one is just a bit better in terms of his levelness, the top line. He's a bit shorter about his back line, and I appreciate that. He's a little grumpy out here, and as he got grumpier, I thought his front feet started to get lower, and then as he come at you, I didn't think there was enough clearance to his chest. And then the one that comes in third, I guess we let him out a little early there, but he's good in terms of his blade. He's good in terms of his muscle. He's good in terms of the spread to his hip and stoutness to his skull. I don't know if he blends and balances quite as well as another one out here, but he's a big power hog, and I appreciate him for that. I like the one in fourth, initially maybe a shot better, because I thought that pig was really good in terms of just upper spread. I thought he was good in the mid part of his blade, and then I thought at the end of the day he wasn't quite as soft in his mid body and as fresh down low. Another one that comes out just a little before I was ready, but certainly a pliable, centered, soft made one. Really big middle, really good dimension, really great volume. I appreciate that about him. I didn't think he was strong enough on his feet and quite good enough in terms of his look. Next one out here, really long and extended, really good in terms of his look. Young man did a great job. I just thought that bear got a little dry in his lower body and a little narrow behind. The young lady that closes got us one that's neat looking, extended in front of his blade. He was too short in his hip, a little out there behind. Young lady did really good. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 32, Duroc Barrows. First, Colin Miller. Second, Leah Emmenizer. Third, Madeline Larman. Fourth, Owen Brenner. Fifth, Corbin Bolhofer. Sixth, Simon Okus. Seventh, Lillian Beeman. We are now showing Class 33 Duroc Barrows, barrows weighing 243 to 258.
Good class. The red bears, the dark red bear needs to win, and I thought won pretty easily in my mind. Big and square in his chest, big in his back, good in terms of his rib cage, and still good in terms of his look. I don't know where he's going to sit later, but I thought he was a big stouty that had some things going. A nice bear to go ahead and be a class winner here. The one in second has some measurables that I like. He's good shaped. He's a little bit bigger in his kind. He's just a bit better in terms of the spread up high. I think in the same breath, that bear is just a little flatter on his feet. And then when you get in behind him, I think he starts to turn his rear leg in just a little more than what I wanted, but a nice bear to be there in second. Young lady in the pink has this one that's real dense and real good in terms of his density of skeleton, real good in terms of his density of body. I like that about him. To me, he was just a little bit plainer from the side and just a little bit further out in where I wanted to stifle. The one that comes next out of here, I think, is one that's really good in terms of his ability to be good middled and functional in his skeleton. I didn't think he had enough spread up high or down low. And then the young lady that closes got us one that's square topped and long in his design. I just didn't see him having enough lower body. Very nice class, very good set of them. Great job on the gates there. Let's congratulate all of our exhibitors, please.
Results from Class 33 Duroc Barrows. First, Claire DeFries. Second, Blake Leader. Third, Collins Mosley. Fourth, Adelaide Lindeman. And fifth, Madison Hayes. In the ring, Class 34 Duroc Barrows, barrows weighing 260 to 270 pounds.
Good set of red ones in the third class here. Bear that wins, I really like in terms of foot size and arm, and I like where he's at in terms of his rear ankle and the strength of his rear foot and how all that's put into him. I don't know if he's just the most attractive pig I've ever seen in front of his blade and right there at the top of his neck, but boy, he's bulky, he's massive, he's well filled. I think that's a nice bear to go ahead and start this particular class. I thought it was a debate between second and third. The one in second is longer in front of his blade than my class winner. He's cleaner at the top of his neck than my class winner. In the same breath, I didn't think he was equipped with the same kind of squareness to his upper skeleton, especially back to his loin. But I certainly think that bear had some nice pieces in terms of look and design. The young man's bear that comes in third, I want to make a case for him as he drives right at you. He's big in his chest. He's broad about his skull. I think my problem becomes in how he uses his rear leg, how he's built behind, and where he's at in that regard. The young man that comes out next has one that I really liked from the side. Genuinely, I thought that barrel was good in terms of his body. I thought he was good in terms of his proportions. He wasn't square enough and wide enough as he come at me or as he went away. Next one out, this young man did a great job presenting and driving this particular hog. A tall-fronted, good-shouldered one that I think has some skeletal size and extension. It probably comes at the cost of him being just a little more upright in his shoulder. And then the one that closes there, a productive kind, big top laid into him. I didn't think he matched at the surface as well or used his skeleton as well. Very nice class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors on a very, very good job.
Results from Class 34, Duroc Barrows. First, Milena Immenizer. Second, Alexander Buck. Third, Blake Miller. Fourth, Finley Rice. Fifth, Cade Kitchell. Sixth, Brock Winger. In the ring is Class 35, Duroc Barrows. Barrows weighing 271 to 275.
Hey, darn nice set of Duroc Barras, and I mean darn nice set of Duroc Barras. And I think that this trio, this pair, is a lot of fun to study and to work through. And I think there's excitement in my voice because I think these are exciting Duroc Barras. Not saying they're the great ones, the greatest ones we've seen. I just think it's fun to study good stuff. Young ladies Barra wins over on the far side over there because I think that Barra is as wide and square coming at you as anything. He's big-footed. He's elevated in his design. He's got a great texture to his body and a great squareness out back. Now, I'm going to tell you, I think he's on the borderline in where he comes at you and the angle to his shoulder blade. I wish that was a notch better, but I think that hog is really, really good in terms of freshness and just presentation. Everything's good. Young man, I like things about your Duroc Barra real good. I think that Duroc Barra is as wide-pinned, burly-backed, and burly in terms of his center blade and rib cage as anything. I love what that Barra represents in terms of power and power pieces. I'm going to tell you, when you work into his upper skeleton, it looks like he's shucking his hair just a little bit, and I don't know if I love the way his top is clipped and the way his head is clipped, but I think that particular Barra is really good in terms of stoutness coming, stoutness going. I just wish maybe he was a little more safe from a skeleton standpoint. Young lady has one that I really like. I think this is a really good topped Barra. He's really shapely up high. He's really good in the roll to his rib cage. His pin set is probably as big as anything, and he's probably the most moderate in this particular class. As you work to the base of his skeleton, I can't get what he packs up high to just match at the base is good. When he come right at me, I thought he was a little bit more closed up in his front foot and his front knee, and as he went directly away, I didn't think his rear ankle matched his upper hip as good. Great Barra, great trio of Barras that I thought were really good. The young lady that comes out next got us one that's big, and he's tall, and he's extended. He's neat in his look. He's too upright in his shoulder for me. Young lady did a great job presenting a really nice one from the side. Young man comes out in 5 here. Huge legs and huge feet, neat pieces. It pained me to put this Barra in 5th because I thought he was big skulled, big armed. I thought at the same time he was just a little dry in his lower body and just a little bit harsher right there in his kind. Young lady that closed, I thought had one that was big topped. I liked his squareness up high. He's a little bit more general from the side. Very good class of Durocs. Give them a big round of applause as we continue through the show.
Results from Class 35 Duroc Barrows. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Jet Beck. Third, Landry Spray. Fourth, Audrey Spray. Fifth, Levi Knoll. Sixth, Paxton Canoe. In the ring is our final class of Durocs, Class 36. Barrows weighing 282 to 295.
Hey, real nice pair of bears to close our Duroc drive. And honestly, I think they're different in what they offer. They're different in what they bring to the table. I ultimately sat back and I said, which one do I think comes at me square? Which one do I think comes at me wider? And it's the young man's bear off to my right. I thought that was the decision point for me. A good bear in terms of just dimension and volume. I just thought he was a bit bolder as he come at me. That was where I was at. I maybe like the one in second from the side just a little bit more. I think that bear is a little taller fronted. I think he runs uphill just a notch more. In my opinion, I saw him just break right there in his loin just a notch, and I don't think he's as wide at the clearance of his skeleton. Young man does a heck of a job showing. Really, really nice job all day long. Young man that comes out in third, I think has got one that's really good in terms of his arm. He's really good in terms of his extra shot of feature. His skull's real stout. I think that's really good. To me, he was a little dry in his body and stale in his look, but certainly had some nice pieces. The young lady that comes out next has this one. She told me that bear is pretty lazy, and I'm okay with that. I think that bear is square. I think that bear has got some fundamentals covered. Maybe he's a little lazier because he's a little tighter in his skeleton. Yeah, go ahead and let that fifth one out. But I thought the young lady did a great job. Really good in terms of length and just fundamentals. Young lady right here has this one that's square and expressive, a little bit drier in his body, a little tighter in terms of his feature. This one right here I thought was the most muscular of the bottom three. I thought he was probably the most compromised in terms of his skeleton. And very good class. Very excited to work through our top couple here in the Duroc breed. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 36 Duroc Barrows. First, Corbin Bymaster. Second, Penn Storms. Third, Evan Purcell. Fourth, Adeline Winshift. Fifth, Avery Sinesaw. Sixth, Abby Griffith. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc Barrow. Representing Class 32, Colin Miller. From Class 33, Claire DeFries. From Class 34, Milena Emmenizer. From Class 35, Katie Holmes. And from Class 36, Corbin Bymaster. Our Champion Duroc Barrow Award this year is sponsored in memory of Don Smith, and our Reserve Champion Duroc Barrow Award sponsored by Preston Smith and family.
We missed doing this in our last breed, the Chesters, but this is a championship selection at Tippecanoe County Fair. Let's give all our kids a big round of applause, please. Hey, we knock them all out here, and I certainly think it's pretty good in terms of where our Duroc Barrow show has been. Each of these class winners, it fits right into contention for me, honestly, and I think that they're really good in what they bring to the table. They're really good in terms of what they offer. I'll go through them quickly and tell you where my thought process is and try and show you where I'm thinking and where I'm at on these Duroc Barrows. That first class winner, when he comes at you, it's lights out in terms of width of chest. He's a long-necked bear that I think really has a bright future. I like where that bear is in terms of just his skeletal reach, range of motion, ability. I don't know if I think he puts everything together just perfect today. He's a little longer in his body. You're going to have to watch his stifle joint just a notch. But boy, loose and neat looking and really big pieces in my opinion. Girl in the pink won that second class, and that one was really bold, really stout. I love the shape to his upper skeleton. I love the shape to his blade. I love the shape he has out of the back. He's a beautiful dark red. I think his hip's a little shorter than what I deem ideal. He's a little quicker in his stride behind, but boy, that's a powerful option. The one that comes out of the third class is in contention in my mind because that bear is big-footed. He's heavy skeleton. Signs you talk too much on the Duroc Bears when the mic dies. But that bear is big and he's bold in his feature. He's good in terms of just the power he has. I appreciate all that about him. I mentioned in that class, where do you sit on the top of his neck? How does that align for you personally? The one that won the next class is he's big and he's long and he's kind. I like what he does in terms of extension. I think that bear is really, really good in terms of just his ability to be tall fronted and neat looking with a huge, huge foot and leg underneath him. Out here for champion selection, you have to ask yourself, where you at on his skeletal reach? Where you at on his range of motion? Where you at on terms of his athleticism? And where do you sit in that realm of things? The young man that has the orange shirt on won the last class, a big fundamental bear. I don't know if he has the same kind of freshness and shape as a couple of others out here. I think it's really, really close, and I think this is an important decision that I think is really, really important for where we go later tonight. I think there's a pair of them that push each other extremely hard. I think one of them stays just a little looser in his skeleton and just a little better. That's the young ladies over here. She'll have your champion red. Dropped the second behind our eventual champion out. There's another one that pushed extremely hard in my mind. I thought he got just a nickel tied out here, but certainly a good kind of Duroc market hog. Young ladies right here, be your reserve.
You like that one better? All right. He wants that one.
I know, I want that one. Test.
Yeah, I'll get rid of them.
All good. Champion Duroc Barrow, exhibited by Milena Emmenizer. Reserve Champion Duroc Barrow, exhibited by Katie Holmes. In the ring is Class 37 Hampshire Barrows, barrows weighing 235 to 277. This is our only class of Hampshire Barrows, so this will be our champion and reserve champion Hampshire Barrow drive. Champion Hampshire Barrow award is given in memory of Dave Buck. Reserve Champion Hampshire Barrow Award is given in memory of Henry and Judy Buman.
Good set of 8 Hampshire Bears out here, and I think that they're different in what they offer and bring to the table. The young lady's my class winner because I think that bear is square as he comes at you. I think he's strong in terms of his chest, good in terms of his length of back, and the most powerful when you get in behind him. A fresh, genuine Hampshire Bear, in my opinion. Nice pig to be your class winner and your champion Hamp. Let's raise the roof for our exhibitors of Hampshires here. Second in reserve is going to be the young man's loud marked one. That's a real colored up one, and that one's real wide and real stout. He's real opened up as he comes at you. His rib cage is really big, and I like that. I think where I made my decision was right as he went away from me. I thought he was a little narrow right there in his pin set, a little narrow in his hip. The young lady that comes in third, I really like that pig from the side. I genuinely think that pig is presented awesome. I think that pig is proportional. I think he's really attractive in his look. My problem becomes as you get in directly behind him and as he comes at you, not enough spread to his skeleton. Young man that comes in 4 has a real pliable, centered, deep middled one. I think that bear turns his front feet in too much and just steps a little bit wide as he goes directly away from you. Young lady that comes out in 5th, I thought that this one, it was a decision between 5 and 6, in my opinion. And the one that come in 5th was a little sharper in his shape up high. He was just a little bit neater in terms of his look and safe in his skeleton. The one that come out in 6th was a little softer and more pliable body, a little wider in his hip, and just a little heavier in his skeleton. He's just a little tighter in his movement. One that comes out in 7th here, young man did a great job with. I think that one's long in his design. He's too upright in his shoulder. And then the one that closes there, a wide belted, well presented bear. I thought he didn't have enough real spread up high. Very good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from Class 37, Hampshire Barrows. First and champion, Callie Martin. Second and reserve, Connor Gamble. Third, Scarlett Kemper. Fourth, Cooper Bymaster. Fifth, Addison Quinton. Sixth, Coleman McInnes. Seventh, Brantley Payne. Eighth, Ethan Knoll. In the ring is Class 38, Hereford Barrows. Barrows weighing 237 to 287. This is our only class of Hereford Barrows, so it will also be our champion and reserve champion, Hereford Barrow Drive. Champion Hereford Barrow Awards, sponsored by the Mark Roberts family. Reserve Champion Hereford Barrow Awards, sponsored by Courtney Julick.
Good set, Hereford Bears in just one class. Let's pump it up for these kids and the job they did. Hey, be named a champion at your county fair or reserve is really good, and I think it's really neat. And the bear that wins, I think, is wide in his chest, he's wide in his back, and he's wide and square as he goes away from you. I think that bear has a nice look and just a good presentation. Everything matches extremely good. A nice bear to go ahead and be your class-winning champion, Hereford Bear. Young man comes in second in reserve, and he may be broader in an area or two, maybe a little wider in his body, more pliable down low. In my opinion, that bear is just a little bit more just uncoordinated behind and a little wider in where his stifle and rear skeleton fit. The young man that comes out in third there, I thought really long and hard about this bear because I like him from the side. I like that bear's look. I like that bear's presence. I like that bear in terms of his design. I just didn't think he had enough in terms of the lower skeleton, and I didn't think he had enough just at the base of his skeleton. The one that comes out in four, I wanted to like so bad, and I tried because I think that bear is the biggest scaled, highest performing one in class. In the same breath, I think that bear is too upright in his skeleton, but like I said, performance and weight very much favor him. The young man's driving one, and you got to get in and study this bear because he's got huge toes and huge feet. I appreciate that about him. In the same breath, he's a little general in his look and just a little bit more plain from the side. Like I said, big feet, big legs. Young man right here has one, this dark red one right here, really square off either end of his skeleton. I didn't think he had enough spread and stuff built into him. And then the young man that closes got us a long extended one. Looks like he took a good attempt at clipping him. Proud of him for that. I didn't think he had enough spread to him. Didn't have enough width. But very nice job to all those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause as they exit, please.
Results from Class 38, Hereford Barrows. First and champion, William Robinson. Second and reserve, Jack Wolf. Third, Simon Okus. Fourth, Clayton Moore. Fifth, William Fusick. Sixth, Banks Thornburg. Seventh, Ethan Knoll. In the ring is Class 39, Landrace Barrows. Barrows weighing 224 to 285. This is the only class of Landrace Barrows, so this is also our champion and reserve champion Landrace Barrow Drive. Champion Landrace Barrow Award sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Reserve Champion Landrace Barrow Awards sponsored by Beck's Hybrids, Ben DeFries.
Attention on the fairgrounds, Tyler Moore, please visit your car in the parking lot. Again, that's Tyler Moore. Please visit your car in the parking lot.
Hey, good landrace division. And honestly, unless your name's Tyler and you should be visiting your vehicle, you should be watching the landrace show, because I thought the top 4 in this class were really, really good, and I thought they were enjoyable to study. I like the young ladies, Barrett, pretty good in terms of foot size and feature and squareness behind. Got a great look and just got muscle underneath them. Very nice pig to go ahead and win this breed. I debated long and hard. Actually, pump it up for these kids as they crown champion Landress. Reserve Landress and third overall Landress, I thought were really challenging in my mind, and they're different. You can go ahead and let both of those out at the same time. The reserve, I thought, was just a bit heavier in terms of his skeleton, a notch square at the base of his skeleton, and that was the difference. I thought he was also a little lower fronted and lower set up front. And the one that comes out in third overall here, I thought was one that was really powerful and wide. I thought he was a little crusty at the top of his neck and stepped just a nickel wide behind. Young lady in the pink, we let that one out just a little before I was ready, but certainly a big, pliable, centered, soft-made one. I thought that bear was just a little bit harsher in his loin. Didn't see him blending quite as well there. I told this young lady in fifth she did a really good job and has done all day. I thought that particular girl had one that was really comfortable skeleton. He just needed more spread, more mass, and more dimension. One that comes out in sixth is one that's really good in terms of his spread to his blade, really good in terms of his power. His skeleton didn't want to cooperate quite as well, but a power pig without a doubt. Young man that comes next, I thought had one that was looser built. I thought he was flatter and narrower. And then the young man that closes there, a big, long, extended, traditional looking one. I appreciate that. He's just a little bit narrow at the base of his skeleton. Great class of Landress, great division. Give them all a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 39, Landrace Barrows. First and champion, Katie Holmes. Second and reserve, Charlotte Okus. Third, Leah Emmenizer. Fourth, Rayleigh Reddick. Fifth, Madeline Knoll. Sixth, Madeline Larman. Seventh, Brandon Winger. Eighth, Grayson Slavin. In the ring is Class 40, Poland Barrows. Barrows weighing 233 to 277. This is our only class of Poland Barrows, so it will also be our champion and reserve champion Poland Barrow Drive. Champion Poland Barrow Awards, sponsored by Eric Moore, Tucker Shook Realty, and Reserve Champion Poland Barrow Award, sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
We're getting into the part of the show where the ring help's starting to give me a little bit of fits, but that's okay. They'll come around after we get them a water or something like that. But the pull-ins are nice, and the pull-ins are enjoyable. I thought, man, we got a tough row to hoe here in the pull-ins, and then this young man's barrow come, and I thought that barrow was good. I think he's good in terms of feature. He's good in terms of substance. He's good in terms of mass and dimension. I don't know if he's overwhelmingly fresh, but you did a nice job showing him. Great work on your champion in the Poland breed. Give all of our Poland exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Initially, I thought I was going to be drawing to the one that winds up in second reserve out here. I think he's sharper shaped. I think he's a bit sharper in front of his blade. I think in the same breath, that barrel ran out of foot and feature. I didn't see him as strong in his ankle and good in terms of his lower skeleton. But I thought that barrel had a really good shape up high. One that comes out in third here, I think one that comes out third here, I think is one that's really good in terms of his proportions, really good in terms of his squareness of back. He got a little bit tight up front. One that comes out in fourth, that young lady has one that's really soft-bodied. I thought he got a little easy behind his shoulder and a little cresty up there at the top of his neck. Young lady that comes out in fifth here, I thought had one that was good in terms of just being a burly one that had some blade, had some size to him. I don't know if he just had the right kind of look for me personally. Young lady did a really nice job there. Coming out in sixth is a big, extended, big scaled one. Got tons and tons of feature, especially to his rear leg. He's too dry in his lower body, a little limited up front. And then the young lady that rounds out in seventh got us one that's really expressive, compositionally on track, in my opinion. I thought he's just a little wide skeleton and a little wide stepping behind. Good set of pull-ins. Give all those kids a big round of applause on a job well done.
Results from Class 40 Poland Barrows. First and champion, Alexander Buck. Second and reserve, Madeline Cheeseman. Third, Rhett Summers. Fourth, Dylan Bryan. Fifth, Isley Canoy. Sixth, Hadley Ward. Seventh, Aubrey Reed. In the ring is Class 41 Spot Barrows, barrows weighing 224 to 251.
Good set of spots to start this particular class, and I think that they're good in what they bring to the table. There's, to me, a non-negotiable winner in this particular class. He's square in his chest. He's good in terms of his look. He's fresh in his design. I like that bear's head carriage. I like where that bear is at in terms of presence. I will admit, it'd be interesting to see where his hock sits at the end of the day. Be interesting to see where he sits in terms of his stifle. But from the side, I like that bear real good. Young man has one that's going to be in second here. Sharp shaped, big square backed. I thought this bear was going to be really tough to turn. I think that at the end of the day, what he packs up high isn't perfectly matched at the base of his skeleton. Got a little more dish to his head there, but certainly a big stout bear that I appreciate for being dimensional and high in his volume. Young man has one that comes out in third, and I think that bear is a really nice one in terms of his depth of rib, his pliability of center. I think all those things are really nice. I think at the same time that bear is too upright in his shoulder. The one that comes out in four here has a nice look from the side. I just would tell you that I'm a little concerned with where he's at in his foot. But like I said, young lady, you do a great job putting together a good look on that particular hog. Young lady that comes out in five has one that's heavy featured. I appreciate that. Big in terms of his arm. He's a big scold bear. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough shape from there back. Gets a little dry in his lower hip. Nice job to her. Big legs. Describe this one that comes next. He's heavy featured, big in his skeleton. He's too wrinkled up in his loin and just a little stale in his kind. And then the young lady that closes there, probably the tallest fronted of the remaining couple. I like that about that bear. To me, he's too flat in terms of his kind and dry in his lower rib. Very nice class. Very good set of them. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 41 Spot Barrows. First, Henley Ford. Second, Calvin Bymaster. Third, Jack Wolf. Fourth, Rayleigh Reddick. Fifth, Dylan Bryan. Sixth, Sawyer Canoy. Seventh, Madeline Cheeseman. In the ring is Class 42 Spot Barrows. Barrows weighing 257 to 294. Reminder again, in our show program, if you see exhibitors with a star or asterisk by their name, those are bred and owned hogs. Those are pigs that the 4-H'ers have raised since they were born. Those pigs may be eligible later for our bred and owned class at the end of the Barrow Show.
Man, I think there's a debate and a great debate in this pair of spot bearers out here. And I don't think either of them are perfect, but I think they're both darn good. And I think they bring together some things that are fun. I sat back and just watched them. I just watched them cross the ring one last time and just watched them kind of go and put together what they offer. And I will tell you my thoughts are this. The young man's darker colored one from the side, that bear is better in the shape he has out of the backside of his shoulder. He's cleaner at the base of his throat. And I'm not telling you he's perfect moving behind, but I think he uses his rear leg more effectively and more appropriately, at least in my opinion. I like that bear in terms of his look and his presence. I like that bear in his extra shot of feature. He needs to come at you stronger in where his front feet sit, and he needs to go away from you just a little looser and wider at the base of his rear skeleton. But a nice bear that's really, really well presented. The young lady that comes out with this loud marked one right here, man, I thought that bear was going to make a push for this thing because I think that bear is really pliable. He's really soft ribbed. He's really big in his middle. I think that bear is more genuine as he comes at you and wide down low. My problem become that ultimately I thought he was a little plain out of the backside of his shoulder. I thought he got a little tight in terms of how he used his rear leg, and I just didn't see him as compositionally on point. Massive trade-offs, very interesting pair of hogs to study there. The one that comes out next in third here is very good in terms of back shape, very good in terms of spread. Measurables are very good on that bear in terms of width and substance. I don't read his bone matching up and keeping up with his spread up high quite as well. I don't read that bear just as good in terms of his look as the pair that come before him in this class, but I think that bear had tons and tons in terms of width and spread. I wanted to make a case for this bear that winds up in 4 because I think that bear is long and extended. I think he's tall in front of his blade. Ultimately, he's a little flat on his front foot, and young lady, he pushes just a little more than I'm comfortable with behind. This young lady that comes out in 5, I kept studying, and I kept studying because I like what that bear represents. That bear is really good in terms of his look. His shape's awesome. Problem is he runs downhill just a touch, and then he'll spread his rear foot as he goes away. Very interesting pieces on the 1 and 6. Genuinely, I think the young lady had a chance here, and I think that bear has maybe brighter days in front of him. He is long-necked. He is pretty in front of his head. He runs uphill. Problem is, I can't ever get him to piece together and put those pieces into a cohesive package. Young lady, I like what you did with your bear in terms of getting him some body, getting him some dimension. I think at the same time, he wasn't blessed with the same width to his lower skeleton. Does have a shot of feature, though. Very nice class, very nice set of them. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
Placings from class 42 spot barrows. First, Keegan Spray. Second, Milena Emmenizer. Third, Kaylin Martin. Fourth, Maggie Ratz. Fifth, Carly Bymaster. Sixth, Adeline Kemper. Seventh, Abby Griffith. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion spot barrow. Coming out of class 41, Henley Ford and Calvin Bymaster. From class 42, Keegan Spray and Milena Emmenizer. Our champion spot barrow trophy is sponsored by Chuck Dill family. Reserve champion spot barrow award sponsored by Craig Spray and family.
Hey, we got a good set of spots out here, and honestly, I think that there's differences in them. I think that they offer different pieces and parts, and this is probably the toughest decision I've been faced with all day. But let's go ahead and raise the roof for these kids vying for a championship in the spot breed. We get them out here, and I think that you gotta make a call, and you gotta stick to your guns and do what you want to do, because I think it's really important to me to make sure that they're described appropriately. My thought process is aligned appropriately. That young lady won the first class from his hip forward. I love what that barrel represents. He's neat in front of his blade. He's neat in front of his head. He's a good-looking barrel that's really, really attractive. He's got a fresh look under his throat, the top of his head. I think that barrel has really good pliability down low. Now, you get in behind him, and I think he's edgy in where he sits behind. I think he's right there in where I would say is my comfort zone with how his rear leg is assembled. But boy, from the side, I think that barrel has some really, really fun, comfortable pieces. The one that won the second class, I talked, and his feet are so big and his legs are big, and I think that barrel is dense in his body and dense in his hair coat. I just come down to, where do you sit on how he comes at you? Where do you sit on how he goes away? Are you comfortable with that? I think he's really dense in his body, but I think it's a question mark on where that's at. The one that was second behind him, big-bodied, big-ribbed, really pliable. I think as we get out here, still a little tight in terms of skeleton. And then the one that was second behind our first-class winner there, big in terms of his spread. I don't know if he's in contention in terms of look. These kids have done a great job. My personal favorite, young lady's first-class winner, be your champion. Young man's second-class winner, be your reserve.
Champion Spot Barrow, exhibited by Henley Ford. Reserve Champion Spot Barrow, exhibited by Keegan Spray. In the ring is class 43 Tamworth Barrows, barrows weighing 220 to 267 pounds.
Hey, we got a good set of Tams out here, and certainly the young ladies class winner, I think, is just the best from the side. I think he's got power and got substance. He's a little edgy behind, but certainly a nice representative of the Tamworth breed. Light colored one is probably freakier and more exotic. I just read his head shape and body shape not matching. He looks like one that's been a little hard doing because his head's big and his body's little, but I certainly think that bear is one that has some nice pieces about him. The real dense hairy one comes in third. I didn't think he had enough true shape behind his shoulder or just cleanliness up in front of his blade for me to work forward with him. Young man in 4 has one that's practical, fundamental. Didn't read him wide enough as he come right at me. And then the young man that closes got us one that's real soft middled, real big in terms of his shape. I don't see his chest floor being wide enough and just his genuine width being good enough. Very nice class of them. Very good set. Let's give all our Tamworth exhibitors in the first class a big round of applause.
Results from class 43, Tamworth Barrows. First, Henley Ford. Second, Sarah Hoey. Third, William Fusick. Fourth, Brandon Winger. Fifth, Corbin Bullhofer. In the ring is class 44, Tamworth Barrows. Barrows weighing 271 to 287 pounds.
Real nice set out here in the Tamworth, and non-debatable class winner in my mind. Good in terms of his look, good in terms of his freshness, good in terms of his shape up high. I don't know if I think that bear is just as perfect as what I want down low, but I think he's square. I think he's comfortable. I think that's a nice bear to go ahead and start. I opted for the young lady's bigger scaled hog there on the far side to be in second in this particular class. I thought he had more spread to his skeleton. I thought he had more width and just natural dimension there. I thought at the same time that barrel was just a little more upright in terms of the build to his shoulder, but certainly a nice pair. Young lady winds up in third, good looking, extended from the side, just a little harder and drier in terms of lower body and lower rib. Very nice third place though. Young man, he did a good job, and he wanted to take an extra lap with his pig, and I appreciate that. A big, soft-bodied one, real pliable, centered. Thought he was a little plain in his upper hip and a little bit just shorter in terms of his hip. Young lady's got a Tamworth bear named Tammy, and that one's real long and square up high, maybe a little leaner than what I'd like, but certainly her and Tammy did a great job. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors on a job well done.
Results from class 44, Tamworth Barrows. First, Bristol Snowert. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Haley Summerfield. Fourth, Kale Slavin. Fifth, Adeline Payne. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Tamworth Barrow. Champion Tamworth Barrow Awards, sponsored by Bethany Rainey Real Estate. Reserve Champion Tamworth Barrow Awards, Troy's Farm Tires. In the ring from class 43, Henley Ford and Sarah Hoey. From class 44, Bristol Snowert and Allie Moore.
Hey, we're to a breed championship again, so let's raise the roof for these kids and our Tamworth exhibitors out here. Awesome set of them and a really, really nice decision. I do think you have to make a call in the top on where you're at on those particular bears. To me, it's the pair of class winners that surface. Among them, I think one of them is a little broader in his upper rib cage, a little broader out of the back of his shoulder, and just a little bit more ready. Both of them probably concern me a little bit behind, but I think one of them then is just a little neater from the side. It's trade-offs. It's where you want to align your priorities. Me personally, young lady's second class winner, be your champion. Young lady's first class winner, be your reserve. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors, please.
Champion Tamworth Barrow, exhibited by Bristol Snowert. Reserve champion Tamworth Barrow, exhibited by Henley Ford. In the ring is class 45, Yorkshire Barrows. Barrows weighing 223 to 252.
Hey, good pair here in the first class, the Yorkshire Bears. And this Yorkshire Bear that wins, I like in terms of being square in his chest. I like the way he's shaped up high. I think that bear is really good in terms of his look and his presence. Just a nice Yorkshire Bear that's got freshness covered very, very well. Young Ladies is in second there, and I like his density of skeleton. I like this just substance he has to his rear leg. I think that bear is a little wasty up front. I think that bear is just a little bit, needs to be a little cleaner right there in front of his blade, but certainly a big-bodied one that I appreciate for his mass and dimension. The one that comes here, I like in terms of just being spread wide at his blade. I like what he represents in terms of expression of his hip. From my perspective, that bear turns his front feet in just a little bit. His rear leg will get just a little squirrely behind, but I certainly think he's a massive one that has dimension. This young lady's done a great job, and this bear is really good in terms of his length. That bear is really good in terms of his look from the side. He didn't have quite enough in terms of spread to his lower skeleton and width at the base of his skeleton. And then the young man that closes there got us one that's really youthful about his head, juvenile in his look, just a little tight behind, but certainly has a shot of feature. Nice job to that young man. Sweet shirt to him. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they exit, please.
Results from class 45, Yorkshire Barrows. First, Ava Carlson. Second, Milena Emmenizer. Third, Audrey Spray. Fourth, Sarah Hoey. Fifth, Kenneth Rose. In the ring is class 46, Yorkshire Barrows. Barrows that weigh 253 to 285.
Nice class, the Yorkshire Bears, and the one that I think suits me the best in terms of real width coming and real width up high is the young man's right here in front of me. I think that bear is good in terms of his feature, good in terms of his arm. I don't know if he's just perfect in terms of his front foot, but it's certainly a nice bear. This young man right here has the one that winds up in second. Big in his shape, big in his pin set. I didn't know if his skeleton was quite as good as what I thought our class winners was, but a nice looking pig that I think has some good pieces to him. The one that comes out in third over here is one that to me was really good in just fundamental stoutness. I like that about him. I didn't read his hock and hind leg as square as what I wanted, but certainly good in terms of his spread and mass. The young man comes next. I wanted to work forward with this pig. I thought he was tall-shouldered. I thought he was good looking. He dries out a little bit in his lower rib. I don't see him just as good in terms of his width behind. Young man did a heck of a job. Right here, the one that closes our class, I think is certainly long, and I think he's good in terms of stoutness of feature. In my opinion, he gets a little bland out of the backside of his shoulder and a little bit more nondescript up high. Very good class. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from Class 46, Yorkshire Barrows. First, Colin Miller. Second, Blake Leader. Third, Kenneth Rose. Fourth, Blake Miller. Fifth, Brandon Winger. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Coming out of Class 45, Ava Carlson and Milena Immenizer. From Class 46, Colin Miller and Blake Leader. Champion Yorkshire Barrow Awards, sponsored by Craig Spray and family. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Barrow Awards, sponsored by Wildcat Valley Farms.
Good set of them out here in our Yorkshire Barrow show. Let's raise the roof for these kids as we select a champion and reserve Yorkshire Barrow. Hey, I think that this pair that's going to be champion in Yorkshire, champion and reserve Yorkshire, are pretty nice. I think that they represent a lot of quality. They represent a lot of things that they do well. Among that pair, I think one of them's a little taller shouldered and sharper shape, maybe just a little bit tighter behind. One of them is just a bit looser in terms of his build, but also a little flatter up front and plainer in terms of the back of his shoulder. It's a great debate, in my opinion. Between them, the one that I like just a little bit more in terms of height and shape. Young lady's going to have your champion. Young man will have your reserve. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
Champion Yorkshire Barrow, exhibited by Ava Carlson. Reserve Champion Yorkshire Barrow, exhibited by Colin Miller. As we conclude our purebred Barrow Drive, let's take an opportunity to thank all of our volunteers today, our ringmen helping out in the ring, the folks helping to get pigs checked in the back, and our superintendents for all they do. In the ring is our first class of crossbred barrows. These are light crossbreds, class 47, barrows weighing 222 to 234.
First class of lights come, and the young man has our class winner there. This blue-butted, blue-blanketed one, I think is good in terms of freshness. He's the best combination of muscle and substance up high and still manages it on a good enough skeleton. I think he's out there in where he sits behind, but got a great look from the side. Everything balances really nice. The young lady is going to be in second here. I think that one's really good in terms of his attractive look. I think he's really good from the side. He didn't have enough spread and mass up high for me personally, but a nice job to that young lady. One comes out in third. Really appreciate that power hog in him because he's good up high, good in his shape. I like his feature. He's too wide in where he sits behind. That becomes my concern. The young lady's all white one right here, really good from the side. Very attractive, very streamlined in his look. Pretty good structured. I thought at the same time he made substantial sacrifices in muscle, but like I said, thought he was nice built from the side. Young lady does a really good job showing with a really powerful one that's really stout behind. I thought that particular bear got a little wide in terms of his step, but certainly a bear that I appreciate for his power and substance. Great job to all those kids. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Placings from class 47, light colored crossbreds. First, Brody Martin. Second, Sarah Hoy. Third, Brooklyn Spray. Fourth, Stella Rule. Fifth, Carly Bymaster. In the ring is class 48, light colored crossbreds. Barrows weighing 238 to 247.
Hey, good pair in the second class of lights. And the bear that wins on density. That is a big arm, big-footed, big-bladed one that's really shaped well up high. Now, I understand he's too far wide behind, and I get that. But, boy, he is stout, he is powerful, and he is big-legged. The young lady's blue-belted one is really nice from the side. I like what that bear represents in terms of squareness out back. I think that bear has got a nice look in terms of presence and balance. To me, he doesn't have enough in terms of bone and foot and feature. I need to just accentuate him in that regard just a little bit. Young lady that winds up in third, I thought that pig was stout. I thought he was good up high. I thought he was square as he went away. I think at the end of the day, that barrow gets a little tight moving and a little short in his upper hip, a little short up front. Very nice barrow that comes out in fourth, and the young man did a good job with one that's really stout in his feature, really stout in his arm. He's too flat in his front foot and just a little bit limited in terms of his skeleton. Young man was disappointed to be in fifth, and I think that's a fair emotion. That young man's barrow is nice in his skeleton. He's comfortable built. He didn't have enough muscle for me to work forward with him. Keep working hard. Keep hustling. You do a nice job. Young lady comes out in sixth, got one that's got some clearance to his chest, some height to his shoulder. To me, that barrow is just a little harder in terms of his rib, drier in terms of his lower body. Very nice class, very good set of them. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from class 48, light crossbred barrows. First, William Robinson. Second, Ava Carlson. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Will Larman. Fifth, Trey Storms. Sixth, Brenna Rice. In the ring is the final class of light colored crossbred barrows, class 49, barrows weighing 257 to 278.
Good set of crossbred barrows in the light cross division. And the young lady is going to have my class winner here. Big legs, stout, and good in terms of kind. I like that barrow's power, pretty good. He's a little tight behind. I think that he's on the edge there, but certainly a heavy skeleton, heavy-duty kind of one with a big top laid into him. A real practical, safe one comes next, and he's long in his stride. He's good in terms of his shape. I like that barrow's freshness real well. I think at the same time, relative to giving up foot and feature, he still gets a little edgy in where he sits at the rear part of his skeleton and out back there. Young man has one that I think is really good in terms of feature. I thought really good in terms of stoutness. I just think that barrow gets a bit tight in terms of his skeleton and a bit just limited in terms of his range of motion. I like the young lady's barrow that comes next here, especially from the side. That barrow is really good in his angles. He's really good in his body. To me, he's just one that ran out of the extras in terms of shape. Now the extras in terms of levelness there to his hip. Very unique critter comes next. Tall fronted, long neck, neat in his look. Looks like he had some very interesting pieces. To me, he needs laid back in his shoulder and just softened everywhere to work forward with him. Young lady, you did a great job with him. Blue one that comes next is really broad in his skull. Very good in his shape up high. He's too hard in his lower rib and hard in his body. Very good set of light cross barrows. We'll get you a champion in reserve. Let's congratulate all those kiddos, please.
Results from class 49, light colored crossbreds. First goes to Kaylin Martin. Second, Callie Martin. Third, Evan Purcell. Fourth, Kaylin Dimick. Fifth, Kinsley Beck. Sixth, Coleman McInnes. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion light colored crossbred barrows. Representing class 47, Brody Martin. From class 48, William Robinson. And from class 49, Kaylin Martin. The champion light crossbred barrow award is given in memory of Doug Moore. Reserve champion light crossbred barrow award is sponsored by Troy's Farm Tires.
Good set of light crosses, and I will tell you, generally, they are stout and they are dimensional and they have density. I don't know if I think one of them, skeleton, is just perfect, and so I keep the view of them coming and going in mind, and there's one that suits me pretty well. First off, let's raise the roof for these champion and reserve light cross exhibitors, please. Excellent set of them. Just an enjoyable show to work through. My personal favorite right here in front of me. Young lady will have champion light cross.
Champion light colored crossbred barrow exhibited by Kaylin Martin. That brings out Callie Martin's second place.
Boy, you settle into this set and you just study and you just look. And this is where the discussion begins, in my opinion, because you've got our first class winner that's really good, shaped up high, really broad behind. He's a little forward in his blade, and he'll come and close at the ground just a notch, but I certainly think he's got some wild pieces. The young man's blue-eyed one is wildly, wildly interesting. Huge density, huge feet, huge legs. To me, he probably bridges the line just a little bit on where I'm going to accept him behind, but huge rear leg. Young ladies is the opposite end. Very comfortable, very coordinated, very fresh up high, very good in a lot of ways. In my mind, it becomes a discussion of what are you willing to accept, where do you want them, and how are you comfortable. I will tell you, I draw the line of comfort and use the young ladies' barra to be reserved. Let's congratulate her, please.
Reserve champion light colored crossbred barrow exhibited by Callie Martin. In the ring is class 50, the first class of dark colored crossbred barrows. These are barrows that weigh 221 to 247.
Hey, real good way to start the Dark Cross Barrows. And I will tell you, as I study and as we work through this particular class and this particular show, I hope and pray that something that looks like this comes at a heavier weight, because I think that there's a ton of quality and value in what that barrow brings to the table. I understand that this class range is 221 to 247. My class winner is probably 221. My second's probably 247, just if I had to guess. That barrow is wide. That barrow is stout. That barrow is neat looking. That barrow's hind leg is used very well. Nice pig to go ahead and start. Not big, but nice. Young man that winds up in second here, very good in terms of shape, very good in terms of turn. I thought he could make a play as he come at you. I thought in the same breath as he got into the middle part of his spine, he got just a little higher. Probably can be attributed to his step behind and his width in where his rear foot sits, but certainly a nice barrow in terms of power, a nice barrow in terms of presentation. Well done to that young man. Young man, you did a great job with your third place one out here. I think that barrow is really tall fronted. I think you filled him beautifully, and you've got tons and tons of pliability into him. He maybe gets a little tight in his skeleton, a little upright, and just a little bit more forward in his shoulder. But like I said, big dimension, heavy pliability. I like that about him. Young man comes out in 4, and I think that one is one that I liked in terms of muscle. I didn't think he moved good enough for me personally. But like I said, good in terms of power, good in terms of substance. The young lady that comes next had one that I thought was a bit taller in his shoulder, a bit looser at the base of his skeleton. He gave up in terms of spread to his upper rib cage and just turned to his upper body. All black one, perfectly presented, really well driven. I like that about him. He's a little short in his hip and a little bit more narrow and hard in terms of his body. Young man that closes got us a basic bill, really fundamentally good one in terms of his body. He's a little bit fat right there in his flank, just a little bit accentuated right there at the edge of his hock. Very nice class winner. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit, please.
Results from Class 50 Dark Crossbred Barrows. First, Katie Holmes. Second, Jet Beck. Third, Asher Peters. Fourth, Will Larman. Fifth, Audrey Spray. Sixth, Scarlett Kemper. Seventh, Dwight Peters. In the ring is Class 51 Dark Crossbred Barrows, barrows weighing 250 to 264.
Very nice set of them out here in our last class of the first division. And the young ladies, Barra, I think is your class winner because I think he's square off either end. I think he's comfortable. I think he has a nice look from the side, and he moves good as he comes and goes. I think that Barra is just fundamentally a correct, fresh-made kind of Barra that does some things well. I could see him shaped a little better out of the backside of his shoulder, but I certainly think that Barra has some things covered, in my opinion. Young man has the heavier skeleton, heavier duty one that's broader about his skull. He's a little tight in how he moves behind, a little limited in terms of the reach to his upper hip and the range of motion that he's equipped with out of his rear skeleton. Young man that comes in third, I thought it was close, and I made a case because he's got a really good shape to his hip. He's got a really good spread to his rear skeleton. I thought he got a little plain from the side, a little low set up front. I like the one in fourth, and the young man drives the absolute wheels off of him. I genuinely just keep studying and appreciating what that Barra has to offer. I think in the same breath that Barra is a little naturally low-headed. He's a little tough to show up front, and he's just a little quick out of his hip. And then if you let him down, everything kind of falls apart, in my opinion. But certainly a job well done to that young man. Awesome work in that regard. Young man comes out here, and, man, that is a tall-fronted, neat-looking one. Runs directly uphill. Well done in terms of getting him ready. I appreciate that about him. To me, he's too tight behind, and he's too limited out of the reach of his rear skeleton. And the one that closes probably could have found the pole breed or the Berkshire breed. He's a little skinny out here in the crosses, but certainly a nice job to that young man. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Results from class 51, dark crossbreds. First, Landry Spray. Second, Finley Rice. Third, Kane Storms. Fourth, Connor Gamble. Fifth, Blake Miller. Sixth, Isaac Essery. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Division I dark colored crossbred barrow. Coming out of class 50, we have Katie Holmes and Jet Beck. From class 51, Landry Spray and Finley Rice. Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow Award, sponsored by Craig Spray and family. Reserve Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow Awards, sponsored by First Farmers Bank and Trust.
Hey, I tell you what, darn nice first division, and we are picking the first division of dark crosses. Let's raise the roof for these kids as we select your champion and reserve. Get them out here, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be brief. I like my champion pretty good. I'll be curious to see if one bigger comes, but it's certainly a very high-quality pig. Be hard to turn in terms of quality. May get him somebody on quantity. Young lady right here has your champion in this division. I thought it was a debate for reserve out here, and I think as you step back and you just study and you put these together, it comes down to this pair that is kind of right in front of me. So the second and the first class and the first and the second class. You've got one of them, the second and the first class, that's wider and stouter as he comes right at you. He's better shaped out of the backside of his shoulder, and he's broader in terms of his upper skeleton. But then you have to get in behind him and you say, where do you draw the line, and what are you comfortable with in terms of where his rear leg sits and how he's built behind, versus you got one that's square, he's truer at the base of his skeleton, he's comfortable in his design, but is he shaped perfect? I think it's an interesting debate. In this case, I do want to make him acceptable skeleton and square, and that's where I like the young lady in the yellow to be reserved. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, please.
Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow, exhibited by Katie Holmes. Reserve Champion Division I Dark Crossbred Barrow, exhibited by Landry Spray. As we begin our second division of dark crossbred barrows, just a couple of schedule reminders. Following the selection of our overall crossbred barrow, we will show for a bred and owned class, and then we will take about a 15-minute break before we start showmanship. Again, there will be about a 15-minute break between selecting bred and owned barrow and showmanship. In the ring now is class 52, dark crossbred barrows, barrows weighing 266 to 278.
Hey, good setup to start the first class of the heavy division. And this bear that wins is pretty interesting, in my opinion, because he's huge-footed, he's heavy skeleton, he's loose-made, he's dense in terms of his design and dense in terms of his skeleton. Now, I'll be honest with you, it'd be interesting to see where he fits in his rib cage and as he comes back in a second. But boy, I like what that pig represents. I thought it was close between second and third, to be honest with you. I will admit the one in second, he's so much fuller there in his upper rib cage. He's so much broader when you get in on top of him. I understand that. In the same breath, though, I think that he's a little upright in his shoulder, a little tight out of his upper hip, and just a little bit more uncoordinated in terms of movement. Young lady, you did a great job. This one right here, it winds up in third, is probably the dimensional, high-volumed one of class. I read him the most upright in terms of his blade. I read him the plainest in terms of his shape, but he's got a square rear view and a dimensional kind of volume. Young man, you do a great job, and you've done a great job all day. This is a pliable, centered, soft-made one. To be honest with you, his feet and feature at the surface didn't match his body just perfect enough for me, but nice job to you. The one that comes out in fifth, I like in terms of being a really up-headed, tall-fronted, hard-shaped one. Didn't have enough body for me. And then the one that closes in sixth there, big spread, big power, didn't move good enough out of his front skeleton. Very good job to all those exhibitors. Let's congratulate them as we go ahead and work into the last class across us.
Results from class 52, dark crossbred barrows. First, Leah Emmenizer. Second, Ava Carlson. Third, Kaylin Martin. Fourth, Colin Miller. Fifth, Mallory Inskip. Sixth, Kerrigan Kitchell. In the ring is our final regular class of the day, class 53, dark crossbred barrows, barrows weighing 281 to 295.
Good way to end our crossbred division with a nice pair of them. And honestly, I think that there's differences, but I was always going to side with the young ladies. I think that's a higher quality build to his rear skeleton, a truer look behind, and just a bit more in terms of freshness. There's more pliability and softness of body in the young man's that comes second. To me, it comes at the expense of him being a little tighter and more wide open in terms of his skeleton and just a little bit more compromised in terms of his skeletal accuracy, but a nice pair to be there in second. The one that comes out here in third, I really like that big scaled, high performing one. I like what he represents in terms of substance. I like what he represents in terms of mass. He probably isn't shaped good enough for me personally in terms of his lower hip and how that's put together. It really pained me to put this young man fourth because he's done a great job all day. I think he has pigs that are high presented, well driven, very, very good job in that regard. I just didn't think that pig had enough skeletal power. I thought he was nice built, though. Young lady's dark black one right here. Good in terms of squareness at chest, squareness up high. He got too hard in his lower rib and lower body. And then the young lady that closed, bigger legged, heavier skeleton, but I certainly thought that one was a little plainer bodied and more generic up high. Very nice class. Good way to round out our division. Let's give all those kids a big round of applause, please.
Results from Class 53, Dark Crossbred Barrows. First, Landry Spray. Second, Cooper Bymaster. Third, Cade Kitchell. Fourth, Colin Miller. Fifth, Ella Franklin. Sixth, Haven Rice. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Division 2, Dark Crossbred Barrows. Representing Class 52, Leah Emmenizer and Ava Carlson. From Class 53, Landry Spray and Cooper Bymaster. Champion Division 2 Dark Crossbred Barrow Award is presented by Medley Family Farms. Reserve Champion Division 2 Dark Crossbred Barrow Award sponsored by Lloyd Lehman Family.
Hey, here's the deal. Final job, breed champion, a division of the day. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause, please. I will get what I think is easy out of the way first. Non-negotiable winner in this particular division. Young ladies first class winner wins the heavy division pretty handedly, in my opinion. Now it becomes a debate in my mind between the second behind our eventual champion and the class winner in the heavy class there. I think they're different, and you have to draw lines and balance things. One of them's stouter, one of them's more powerful, one of them's spread better up high, but he's a little rounder in his design and a little bit fuller in his kind. He'll start to just get a little labored out here versus the other one's a little taller, a little smoother, a little neater. I just don't know if he has enough punch out of the back of his shoulder and in the seat of his pants. I just think in this instance, I'm going to side with the stouter one. Young lady second, be a reserve in this division.
Champion Division 2 Dark Crossbred Barrow exhibited by Leah Emmenizer. Reserve Champion Division 2 Dark Crossbred Barrow exhibited by Ava Carlson. We'll now show for an overall Dark Crossbred Champion and Reserve. Representing Division 1, Katie Holmes and Landry Spray. From Division 2, Leah Emmenizer and Ava Carlson.
Champion and reserve out here in the Dark Cross division. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause. Job well done. Hey, I tell you what, I think it becomes an interesting debate, and I genuinely mean that. I told you in the light or the lightweight division that I thought that quality dictated that this Barra needs to win that particular division. I remember exactly what I said. I said he was big-footed, big-legged, and square. Quality was going to be hard to turn. It was whether or not we got enough quantity out here to get around him. I really think that Barra has a high-end build and a lot of things that I really like. The one that come out of the heavy division, boy, I will tell you that he makes an interesting debate because he's big-footed. He's got a really heavy skeleton. He's square off either end of his build. I will tell you the differences in my mind come down to where they sit, right out of their shoulder blade, where they sit in their rib cage, and where you see them in that regard. I think it's a close pair. I still think the higher quality one, young ladies, light, be your champion dark. Drop the second behind, or the reserve behind our eventual champion in. Fits right into the mold. There was another one. Pushed extremely, extremely hard. Big legs, very fun to look at. I thought it was just minute differences that split them. Young lady right here in front of me, have your reserve in the dark division.
Champion dark colored crossbred barrow exhibited by Katie Holmes. Reserve champion dark colored crossbred barrow exhibited by Leah Emmenizer. Now in the ring showing for overall crossbred barrow, we have representing the light colored crossbreds, Kaylin Martin, and from the dark colored crossbreds, Katie Holmes. The reserves are also out representing the light colored crossbreds. Reserve was exhibited by Callie Martin. In the dark division, Leah Emmenizer.
Hey, we're about to pick your champion cross here at the Tippecanoe County Fair. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause. It's once again the opportunity to get into this setting and to show you where I align my priorities, what I like, and what I kind of think of things is very fun. I think there's a pair that suit me extremely well. They're built right out of their hind leg. They're bulky in their skeleton, and they're very good in terms of what they offer from just a mass and dimension standpoint. The pair of darks will stay together as your champion and reserve in the cross division. Nice job.
Champion overall crossbred barrow exhibited by Katie Holmes. Reserve champion overall crossbred barrow exhibited by Leah Emmenizer. The champion for that particular set, the overall crossbred, sponsored by Emmenizer family. Reserve champion overall crossbred barrow awards sponsored by Neil Mosley family. Although the barrow show is almost complete, you will notice that there are still a handful of barrows out there in the holding pens. There is one more class in the barrow show before we wrap it up. It is not in the show program, much like this morning. This is our bred and owned class. Every one of the pigs that's about to come in the ring is a pig that showed earlier this afternoon. These are pigs that already have shown, placed near the top of their class, and most importantly, these are pigs that have been raised since birth by the 4-H'ers. They were farrowed by them, and they have raised them throughout the entire summer. Let's make sure we give all these kids that are about to come out a big round of applause for this last class. In this bred known division, our champion will receive both a banner and a chair. The banner is sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. The chair is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Showstock. Our reserve champion will receive an award sponsored by Roy Showpigs.
out here to select your champion bred known division. And honestly, I think this is really, really fun and a really good set of pigs. And so I think that this is like I said, a very neat opportunity, a very neat thing that you guys do, and to be able to work with your own project and to raise them from the start and to do it at a high level, I think it is very, very good. I think that there's a couple of them that are in contention, and just to call them out, because I want to give these kids their shine, we've got the hamster out here that I think is very good build, very comfortable, good skeleton, and got a great look. We've got the young man's Hereford over there that I think square off either end. Very, very good in terms of design. We've got the young lady's Berkshire over there. I think that barra is really long and level in his design. I think those are good things. The pair of spots, we've got the young man's that is really bold and stout. We've got the young ladies that's really, really good in terms of dimension and spread. We've got the pair of Tams. One of them's big and high performing. One of them's neat and exotic. I think it becomes an interesting debate. To me, your champion bred known, young ladies Hampshire Reserve, young man's Hereford. Let's congratulate those exhibitors as they exit, please.
Thank you.
Champion bred and owned barrow exhibited by Callie Martin. Reserve champion bred and owned barrow exhibited by William Robinson. Congratulations to them and all of our barrow exhibitors this afternoon, also our gilt exhibitors this morning. And going back to the very beginning of the show, again, another great round of applause for our mini 4-Hers that led us off. We are going to take a short break here between now and the start of showmanship. Approximately 15 minutes or so, we'll get started with beginner showmanship. We come back from the break and begin our showmanship classes this afternoon. In the ring is Heat A of our beginner showmanship division. These are first-year showmen out here in our beginner showmanship class, Heat A. Let's make sure we give them a nice round of applause.
Beginner, right?
Well, first off, we got a nice crowd, and we got to honor these kids and pump them up. This is our first division of beginner showmen. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. I was told very directly that it's very important that we get the beginners right because they're vying for that showbox right there, and that is important. What a way to begin your divisions and get your showmen started by helping them with supplies and putting that together, I think is absolutely awesome. These kids are doing a tremendous job. I kept one back to come back and vie for champion and reserve. There were two that were so close in my mind. This young man over here done a great job all day. Really good at getting his gilt's head up. Really good at making that one go and move. I think next year you got to work on eye contact just a little bit. But boy, really good at going back and forth. Excellent showman. This young man in the corner over here, when he makes good passes, I think he's as good as any in terms of getting their head up. I love his intensity. Love what he does in that regard. I think where we got to work on next year is you got to be in control the entire time. But boy, when you get out rolling like that, very, very good. Keep up the great work. The young lady over here, really good pace to her showmanship style. Got to make sure we're on the opposite side. But like I said, keeps them moving. Young man with the Hereford, tremendous job being calm, cool, and collected. Easy to watch. Need to ramp up the intensity just a little bit. Tremendous job to all these showmen. Give them a big round of applause. Like I said, we've got one pin back for our championship selection.
As all of our beginner showmen leave the ring in either this heat or the next, they will be receiving a bucket with a little bit of show supplies in it, compliments of Buck Creek Show Feed. Thank you again to Buck Creek Show Feed. They sponsor these buckets every year for the beginner showmen, so thank you to them. In the ring now is our second and final heat of beginner showmen. This is Heat B of beginner showmen. Once again, these are first-year showmen. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they come into the ring.
Hey, I tell you what, out here for showmanship in our second class of beginner, our final class of beginner, I think that we've got one pin back. We're going to have a heck of a pair to show for champion and reserve. And then we've got two still in the ring that I think do an outstanding job. Hey, this young lady has been on point all day. Very excited to be out here, has enjoyed her success and done a great job of getting her pigs head up, getting them driven. I think one thing we got to do just a little better next year is get hunkered down and get that eye contact on point. But really great job keeping your pig in motion. Great job of making sure you know where I'm at. Young man right here, awesome job. Eye contact is so good, and he always knows where I'm at. My thing with him, we probably at times get a little further away or behind me, and I think we got to make sure we work on taking the pig where we want to go. But you do such a good job at eye contact. Give both of these kids a huge round of applause. Job well done. Nice job.
Again, as our beginner showmen leave the ring, they will be receiving some buckets and show supplies, compliments of Buck Creek Show Feeds. Thank you again, Buck Creek Show Feeds, for sponsoring the Beginner Showman Awards for the last couple years. In the ring now, we are showing for champion and reserve champion beginner swine showman. The beginner swine showman champion will receive an award that is the Donald W. Brown Memorial. In addition to that, the champion will also receive a show box that has been donated by Cody Reichert and family. Our reserve champion swine showman will receive an award that is also the Donald W. Brown Memorial.
Well, first and foremost, we are selecting your champion and reserve champion, beginner showman. Let's give these kids a huge round of applause. Start your career in showmanship and to be able to take home a brand new show box and to be able to utilize that for the next 10 years or so is absolutely awesome. I'm fired up about this pair of showmen in my beginner division. I think they do an absolutely outstanding job and have been fun to work with all day. In no particular order, I want to talk about each of their strengths and I want to talk about what I'd maybe work on, but man, I think they're so good. In no particular order, the young lady in the purple on the far side over there, she is hunkered down, getting after it. Every time she stepped in the ring, I love her posture. I love her intensity. I love her speed, and she is absolutely committed to getting that pig's head up and rolling, and I really appreciate that. I think at times it comes at the expense a little bit of control, and as we get bigger and seasoned into the next division or next year, I think we can keep that posture and that intensity and just slow it down just a little bit. Hey, this young man and I had a nice conversation. He suggested I get a racing stripe in my hair next year too, and I think that that's a good idea, but he's been a consistent, very respectful showman, and he gets out here in showmanship, and I think he maybe saw that show box over there and said, hey, I'm ready to roll, because he gets in and he does such a good job managing his whip, such a good job of just being consistent. He found the center of the ring. He went back and forth. I think next year we got to work on moving up just a little bit on that pig, and we got to work on, I'm not a guy that anymore says you got to stay with one hand, but make sure you're with your dominant hand the majority of the time. You do a tremendous job. Awesome pair. My champion in this division, young man right there, going to win the show box. Nice job, dude. I don't want to take anything away from my reserve. She's excellent in her own right. Give her a big round of applause. Right here's your reserve. Oh, nice job. Really good job.
Champion beginner swine showman is Calvin Bymaster. Reserve champion beginner swine showman, Emma Rettig. In the ring is Junior Showmanship Heat A. This is the first of 4 heats of Junior Showmanship Heat A.
First set of a junior, or the middle division, or intermediate, or whatever age group they are. But I certainly think that they do a tremendous job. Let's give them a huge round of applause on a job well done. We get out here, and I just kept one out of this particular division. That's to take nothing away. Hey, this young man right here in front of me, you've done an awesome job all day. Absolutely on point in terms of eye contact, absolutely hunkered down, getting that pig's head up, driving hard, just doing an excellent, excellent job. Young man, I need you to be a little bit smoother with your turns, and you get to stopping and starting just a little bit, but you do such a good job of eye contact, knowing where I'm at. Young man with the blue belted one there, I love his consistency of motion. I love what he does in terms of knowing where I'm at. He got a little close to me at times. I think in the same breath, I just like what he represents in terms of a nice, respectful young man. This young lady in the pink, she is hunkered down, eye contact on point. I think does a tremendous job there. At times, she'll get a little bit out of my viewpoint, still paying attention to me, but a little out of my viewpoint, needs to probably stay in front of me a little bit more next year. Excellent in terms of eye contact. Really good motion here. I like how this young lady keeps her Duroc moving. I like that and appreciate that. Sometimes I need a little softer touch of the whip, but certainly a great job of knowing where I'm at. Young man right here, driving a Hereford, doing a tremendous job of keeping that thing in motion. He knows what that pig needs to look like. He knows he needs to focus on the head. We got to get a little more eye contact. But, man, you do a great job putting the pig together. Tremendous, tremendous work to all these kids. Give them a big round of applause. They go ahead and exit. We've got one pin back. Hey, out here in Class 2, another really good set of showmen. Give them a big round of applause once again, please. Excellent, excellent set. I kept 2 out of this particular heat to come back for our finals here in a second. Young man right here in front of me, you were so close, so close. And I think you do a tremendous job. You were so intense as you come right out. You were so good, and you committed to a drive at me. You got a little close there at times. Make sure to manage those turns just a little quicker. But boy, eye contact. Excellent. Very good. Young man right here, love your style. You've been a great showman all day long. Really enjoyable to watch you work. I like where you're at. At times when you get hunkered down, you'll bounce a little bit on me, and I want a smoother look. But man, your eye contact is so good, and you do just a tremendous job. Young man in the orange, been a really nice showman all day long. Very good at keeping his pigs in motion, staying calm, cool, and collected. I think we got to get a little more out of their head and get their head driven just a little bit more. But boy, really, really good at knowing where I'm at and presenting that hog extremely, extremely well. Young lady in the yellow, I thought had some bright spots throughout the day. There's a couple times she's hunkered down and got after it, and I thought drove some pigs as good as anybody. At times we'd fade just a little bit, and we kind of had bright spots and then some spots where we were a little further away. Got a bright future. Keep focusing. Keep working hard. These 2 young ladies over here, both of them, calm, cool, and collected showmen, need to stay in the center just a little bit more. One more time, give those kids a big round of applause. We'll get through your 3rd class in this division.
Now in the ring is Junior Showmanship Heat C. This is our 3rd of 4 sets of Junior Showman. This is Junior Showmanship Heat C.
Third heat here in the junior division, and man, I think these kiddos do a great job. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Tell you what, in this division, there was one I was real close to keeping. Done a great job all day. This young man right here had one, and I thought he was really, really close in eye contact. I thought he was really close at making himself aware of where I was at. Same breath, I didn't think he had just the same it factor of the one I did keep here. Really, really nice job of keeping things in motion and staying in front of me. Excellent work to him. I thought the young man in the green Mine was pretty close also. Really good eye contact all day. Really good at being aware of where I'm at. Probably not just as good at keeping that pig's head driven like I wanted, but excellent job of ring awareness. This young man, he did a really nice job. I'll just be honest, he hung in there tough all day. He had a nice set of pigs, and he done a nice job. Probably need a little more motion next year and consistency of motion, but you do a really good job of getting them smooth and getting them driven out there. Young man in the blue, really nice in terms of being calm, cool, and collected. Come to the center just a little bit more, but excellent job of staying calm out here. Young lady in the pink, when she made passes toward me, I thought they were really good. We got to stay out here just a little bit more, but nice job of being aware of your pig. This young lady, also, very nice job. When they made good passes, she was aware of where I was at. She understands the ring. We maybe ran the gate a little more than what I wanted, but certainly that view right there, you do that 15 times next year, you'll be in good shape. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
In the ring is our fourth and final heat of Junior Showmanship Heat D.
Another excellent set of junior showmen out here, and honestly, I think that they all do really, really good, and it was close on a couple. But let's give them all a big round of applause before they exit here. This young lady in the glasses over here, I thought made some passes that said I needed to keep her. I thought she did just an excellent job at times and was so close. At times, she'll want to set that old hand on that pig and get a little far away from where I wanted her to be, but an excellent job. Very, very good consistency of back and forth. And the young lady in the blue shirt right there, I love that about her. Need to improve our eye contact just a little bit, but I love when she she makes those long, smooth passes. This young lady was an up and down showman for me. Man, when she's hunkered down like that, I think we can really do something. I think what I would say is we got to soften our touches with that whip just a little bit. But boy, you keep that eye contact and work on that, you're in great shape. Young man in the blue, tremendous job of making sure that he knows where I'm at. Just an easygoing kind of showman. I like that about him. I think at the same time, he needs to stay in front of me just a little bit more, but an excellent job to him. And then the young lady over there, really good at keeping her Hereford pig in motion. Everybody kept their pig off the edge this time, and she did a great job of that. Need to stay just a little bit back and forth in front of me a notch more. Excellent set of showmen. Give them a big round of applause. They go ahead and exit, please.
In the ring is our junior showmanship champion drive. We are showing for champion and reserve champion junior showman. Our junior showmanship champion will receive awards sponsored by Courtney Dill. Our junior reserve champion will receive awards sponsored by G.J. Gardner Homes.
Out here for selection of champion and reserve in your junior division. Let's pump it up for these kids, please. Hey, you can drive a lot of miles and judge a lot of shows and not find five kids that can do this good of a job and put them in the same ring is really, really, really impressive. I think that there's five of them that are absolutely excellent. What I'm going to do, I know we're just placing champion and reserve. I'm going to save my champion and reserve for my last discussion. I want to give all these kids their shine. And so the last two I talk will be my champion and reserve. The young man in the blue shirt over there, oh man, he's been awesome to work with today, and just a great job. We're still driving for champion and reserve out here, but he's done a great job all day and been really enjoyable. Been really enjoyable to watch. I think really good at being calm, cool, and collected. I don't know that I think that he was as in there and in the mix of things out here as what I needed. But boy, been great to work with. A great kid that has great eye contact. Young lady in the green, I will tell you, when she come out, I thought really, really strong in terms of eye contact and just done a great job of putting pigs together, driving all day. I think toward the end of this round, we got a little toward the edge, and that become a concern. And then the young lady in the pink right there, I think just really, really great in terms of making great eye contact, paying attention to where I'm at. That leaves a pair of them that I think are close, and they've been fun to watch all day and really enjoyable. Let's pump it up for your champion in reserve in this particular division. I think that they do a tremendous job in different regards and different ways. One of them's probably a bit smoother at turns and a bit better at finding space. One of them's a bit more consistent in their style and consistent in how they do things. It's a really close pair. My personal favorite, young lady in the black, is your champion. Young man in the red is your reserve. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors as they go ahead and exit, please.
Champion Junior Showman, Kinsley Beck. Reserve Champion Junior Showman, Brody Martin. In the ring is the first of 3 heats of intermediate showmanship. This is Heat A, intermediate showman.
First division of the intermediates here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please. I kept two, and there were two that I thought were real close. And I want to talk about them, and I want to give them a little bit of credit. The young man in the purple over there, or burgundy, or what, I don't know what color it is. He'll have to tell me. But this guy right here has done an excellent job all day. Really consistent. Love the way he manages his whip. Love the way that he drives. I think where we got beat in this division is we didn't probably get in the mix of things when we got the big group out here. And I wish we were just in front of me just a little bit more and hit the angles just a little bit more. But really smooth and really good to watch. Young man in the blue shirt right here, when he hunkered down, I would have views that I thought were just excellent of him. He'd come at me at an angle, and I thought it was really good. He didn't handle his whip quite as well as what I wanted. I thought he could have been just a bit softer in how he used that. An excellent set of showmen that all do a really good job. Let's give them a huge round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
In the ring is our second heat of intermediate showman, Heat B intermediate showmanship.
I went ahead and kept 3 out of this particular division, and I thought it was close, but let's pump it up for these kids one more time. Really good set of them. This young lady was close. Eye contact, excellent. Very nice in that regard. I think does a great job. At times she was a little close. At times she was a little far, but really, really good job of managing pace. Young man's done a great job all day and been really good. He's been in front of me a lot and been a great participant in that regard. I want to change the way he manages his whip just a notch, but good eye contact and really, really nice job of making sure he knows where I'm at. This young man right here, really good at keeping his pig rolling, getting that head up. I think he needs to be just a little bit more cognizant of how to get the angles showing, but certainly very good at getting that pig's head presented. Young man over here, calm, cool, and collected. Very nice in terms of his demeanor. Needs to be in front of me just a little bit more. And then the young lady over here, a great job of being consistent and smooth. I thought maybe just at times the pig, we do what the pig wants. I got to make sure you do just a little bit better in the center there. Tremendous job to him. Give him a big round of applause as we sort through our last division.
In the ring is the third and final heat of intermediate showmanship. Intermediate showmanship, Heat C.
Last heat of the intermediate division. Give these kids a big round of applause, please. This young lady right here was so close, and so close to me. I thought was really good eye contact. I thought excellent posture. I thought at times we were focused on me, and we got that pig's pace just a little slower than what I wanted, but an excellent job to her, and really good. Young man right here was really close. Eye contact, excellent. I thought at times we were just a little bit probably, we didn't quite have the same control and pace that I wanted, but an excellent, excellent job. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause. Excited about our championship here in 1 second.
In the ring is our intermediate showmanship drive. We will be selecting a champion and reserve champion intermediate showman. The intermediate showmanship champion will receive awards sponsored by Evan and Kayla Martin family. The intermediate reserve champion will receive awards sponsored by G.J. Gardner Homes.
Out here in your selection of your champion and top three in the intermediate division, I'm going to be honest with you. I've got three pinned back in the corner to select through and work through for champion and reserve here in a second. But I want to give these kids in the ring an opportunity and some credit for the job they did. Give them a huge round of applause, please. I thought there was a couple that were close. This young lady in the black right here, eye contact, absolutely on point and beautiful in terms of how she drives pigs. And when she hits those angular drives, I think it's so good. I caught her trying to grip on the whip just a little differently than what I wanted, but certainly just a tactical showman that does an excellent job. This young man in the blue right here, hey, I will tell you what, when he hunkers down and gets after it, it's like he knows there's a game face that's got to come on. And all of a sudden I look up and he is absolutely on a line to get to where he needs to be. I thought at times we probably faded from that line once or twice, just a little bit. But man, when you get hunkered down and do that, very special job that you do. This young lady's consistent. She's unbelievably good at making sure that she knows where I'm at, finding it, and going back and forth. I think that's a special trait in showmanship. I think at times we got to use those angles just a little bit more, but I certainly think that consistency is worth mentioning. Young lady in the purple right here was my third keep and a he, but I thought she did so good all day. Just a showman that's cognizant of the ring, does a great job presenting animals, could drive them for me all day long, and certainly appreciate that. Young lady in the pink over there, really good at eye contact, really good at making sure she knows where I'm at, got a little further away than what I wanted. Young man right here, I love your style. I really do. You're an aggressive, intense showman. You probably just got a little further away than what I wanted. Excellent job. Give these kids a huge round of applause. We'll select you a champion in reserve here in a second. Great job. Hey, let's fire it up. Let's get excited for these kids out here. To be able to drive for champion and reserve in your county fair in any division, including showmanship, is a big honor and an absolute privilege. And I will tell you, these are three darn good showmen that I think do an excellent job, and I think it's a really fun division to sort through. I think a part of a judge's job is to tell the story of what's going on in the ring and to narrate that for an audience. And so my story in this particular class, in this particular drive, is there's a showman that I thought did an absolutely excellent job coming out of the gate. Intensity was on fire at the right places at the right time and just did so good and hit me like a ton of bricks. And then there was a showman that I thought settled in and absolutely was on fire in terms of getting him at the right place, using pace beautifully. The ring was used absolutely awesome, and they settled in and they got better the longer we drove. I think there's a lot of value in that. I think it's fun to sort through, and I think you got to make sure you pay attention the entire time. I think an absolutely an awesome set of showmen. I think it's very, very close for champion and reserve. My favorite this division, young lady in the yellow, will be your champion. We get down for reserve, and I think it gets just a little bit tighter, and I get a little nitpickier. But there was another showman that came out on fire. I can't forget first impressions, and that's something that's very, very important to me. Young lady right here, be a reserve in this division. I know we don't name a third, but you do so good, and your eye contact is on point. I thought maybe just continue to elevate your game to the next level. You'll be right there next year. Give all these kids one more big round of applause, please.
Champion Intermediate Swine Showman, Landry Spray. Reserve Champion Intermediate Swine Showman, Milena Immenizer. In the ring is the first of 3 heats of Senior Showmanship Heat A.
Hey, an excellent set of showmen out here in our first division of senior showmanship, and I thought it was close. This young man right here is real close. I will tell you, if there is one more year, what I would tell you is you make those passes like you did and be consistent like that, but you stay just a little closer to me. I think you're in good shape. Excellent job to him. I thought that the young lady in the pink had a great first impression. I thought potentially we could have stayed just a little bit more consistent along the way. Other three showmen do a great job of eye contact, need to be in front of me just a notch more. Let's give all those kids a huge round of applause. We got two, say back.
In the ring is the second heat of senior showmanship, Heat B.
Excellent set in our second division of senior showmen. Give them all a big round of applause, please. I tell you what, it was close for me. This young lady in the blue is so close, and I think she's so good at how she uses the ring. I think she's so good at how she manages that particular bear and exhibits him. I think is excellent. I think she's got to just be a little softer with how she uses her whip and how she uses that utensil right there. But I certainly think she does an excellent job. Young lady right here, hunkered down, getting after it. I think that's really good. Got to get that pig's head up just a nickel more, but great eye contact. Young lady right here knows exactly where I'm at all times. I want her to be just a little bit more specific with how she uses her whip, but great eye contact and ring awareness. The other three, I think, do a nice job of making sure that they keep their pig in motion. We got to up the ante in terms of eye contact and being in front of me just a little bit more. Excellent job to all these senior showmen. Give them a big round of applause as they go ahead and exit, please.
Thank you.
In the ring is our final class of senior showman, senior showmanship, Heat C.
Last class of senior showmanship here. Young man in the blues headed to the gate there. Let's give all these kids a huge round of applause. Hey, this young lady right here was real close. Great eye contact. Gave great eye contact. Great job knowing where I'm at. Obviously, her dance partner didn't want to be as big of a participant. Young man over here hunkered down, getting after it. I thought at times the pig ended up winning and where he wanted to go versus where you wanted to go. Continue to work on that. Young man with the blue belted one, really smooth and consistent. I didn't think he was as intense as a couple others. And then the other young ladies there, this young lady does a great job of eye contact and really good at getting in the center. When we got in traffic, I thought maybe a couple times I couldn't find you quite as easily, but a tremendous job to all those showmen. Give them one more big round of applause as we select a champion and reserve in this senior division.
Currently in the ring is our champion and reserve champion senior showmanship drive. Our champion senior swine showman will receive plaque and banner sponsored by Dave and Linda Swank. They will also get their name etched on and have possession of for a year the traveling senior swine showmanship trophy. Our reserve champion swine showman will receive awards sponsored by Keystone Cooperative.
An absolutely excellent heat, a senior division, and very, very enjoyable to work through. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please. I think that these kids do an absolute whale of a job, and I think they're enjoyable to watch and enjoyable to work through, and I think that they're different. There's a pair of them that sort up, and I think among that pair, I think that there's small differences. And to be honest, I'll talk about the pair of girls in just a second. I don't want to take anything away from the three gentlemen that will be 3, 4, and 5 in this division, no particular order. I think this young man is a stud of getting his pig driven, head up, love that. I didn't think he was as in tight to me as a couple others. Young man in the blue shirt, excellent at getting the right places and being at the right pace. I think that relative to the young ladies, he's not quite as on point in the angles and the views. Young man in the black right there, absolutely excellent at being calm and most consistent in this drive. We need to turn up the intensity just a little bit more as we continue, but an excellent set. So that leaves a pair, and a pair of females that I think do a just tremendous job. Both of them are eye contact on point. Both of them use the views and the angles extremely well. One of them's probably just a little bit smoother in how they get out here and do their thing. One of them's a little better in how they use their whip and a little bit different in there. I think it's a close pair. My favorite young lady right here be your champion. Young lady over there will be your reserve. Let's congratulate both of those exhibitors on a job well done.
Champion, Senior Swine Showman, Leah Emmenizer. Reserve Champion, Senior Swine Showman, Brooklyn Spray. We will now conclude the day portion of the swine show with our final showmanship drive. This is our grand champion swine showmanship drive. Everybody out here in this class is either a winner from their respective age group today or from previous years. Let's give all of these exhibitors from both today and the previous years a nice round of applause. While we're giving rounds of applause, let's also, as we're about to conclude the day portion of the show, also thank all of our trophy sponsors and banner sponsors for all of their financial commitments, as well as everybody who has donated their time to help out with this year's swine show, ranging from those in the ring to those back in the barn, and everybody that's helped put the show on. Let's give everybody a nice round of applause for putting on a great swine show today. as we give out awards to our Grand and Reserve Grand Swine Showmen today. Our Grand Champion Swine Showmanship Awards are sponsored by the Musser family, and our Reserve Grand Champion Swine Showmanship Awards sponsored by the Chase family. Our Grand Champion Swine Showman will also be receiving a belt buckle this year, sponsored by the Reichert family.
All right, before we talk about a placing in the overall showmanship, I want to pump it up for these kids. Give them all a big round of applause, please. And to be honest, I'm so excited about this group of showmen. I want to give each of them their shine. In no particular order, we're not picking a champion. We're just giving these kids some excitement. Let's pump it up for the two that come out of previous divisions. These two right here. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Next, let's pump it up for our champion beginner showman right there. Give him a big round of applause. Next, this young lady in the black, our champion junior showman. Give her a huge round of applause. Next, we've got our champion in the intermediate division. Give her a huge round of applause. And finally, our recently crowned champion in the senior division. Give this young lady a huge round of applause, please. Hey, awesome set of showmen. I think it's absolutely the neatest thing to be able to stand out here and to drive for champion showman to showman at your county fair, and to do it at such a high level is really, really, really fun. I'll be honest with you, for me, it comes down to a trio of them. And I think that trio are the young lady in the yellow, the young lady right here, and the young man in the black right there off to my right. I think that trio does an excellent job. Among them, it comes down to a champion, and in a debate for reserve, I thought my reserve was a little smoother at turns. Young man, you're going to be the champion. Young lady, you're going to be the reserve. Thank you. Nice job.
Your 2026 Grand Champion Swine Showman is Keegan Spray. Keegan will be representing the Swine Barn in the Supreme Showmanship Contest tomorrow night. Our Reserve Grand Champion Swine Showman was Leah Emmenizer.